Welcome back, trainers, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. We are at the last leg of qualifiers just before the LAN to see who our four teams are going to be here making their way towards the LAN finals. Is it going to right now depend on the sides of FSC Sports, Forge Your Legacy, Griffin, Clown, so many teams right as now who are still trying to fight their way through. It'll all be decided today and we'll have our four LAN finalists, but that doesn't mean that they'll be heading their way towards the grand final. So grand final still will be a question mark. Before we start things off, my name is Lucifer. Joining me on the desk is going to be Raider. And Raider, how do you feel
Yeah,
about this playoff bracket right now? We have True Gravity, the first TG who have already qualified. There's another TG who's looking forward to revenging against them. That's going to be
yeah.
Griffin. But do you think that's possible?
I mean, they are for sure looking for that redemption. And answering your question, yes, I'm pretty nervous for the day because, again, as you said, we are going to get those three teams who are going to get inaugurated in the LAN event.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, in order to get over there, I believe the best of the best competition has to be there. And I do believe teams like FSC Sports, one of those invited teams which is currently remaining in this whole circuit, is going to fight back a lot. Well, their opponent is Forger Legacy, so I'm definitely looking forward to see how that play is going to unfold. Even Revenant is waiting for their chance. Even Griffin is waiting for their chance, as you said. That redemption match has to be there. So yeah, pretty excited and also at the same point quite nervous to see what happens next.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are looking forward to making their comebacks, especially for the teams
Mm-hmm.
who have made their roster changes. Out of that, especially the top two Indian teams, SATL as well as FSC Sports. FSC Sports are the only team right now surviving. And I think out
Yeah.
of all the other teams, it's only FSC Sports who have a same roster that was there last time as well. So I think sticking on to the same set of people might help FSC Sports here, but I just hope that they are up for the competition, because as we spoke about the changes in rosters, right, meaning that the other
Mm-hmm.
teams have also improved and improvised and gotten better over time. So FSC Sports would
True.
have to adapt to it. Now FSC Sports will be fighting against, as we spoke about, the upper bracket semis. Forge Your Legacy. Can they forge a legacy against FSC Sports is something that we have to see. But Revenant, after
Mm-hmm.
the fight against Learn From Pass, a wonderful fight, they kept control of things, made their move towards the lower bracket round 3, waiting for their opponent of whether it's FS or Forge Your Legacy. But on the other end, Clown 5 versus Team Griffin. This is a game that I want to see. Both the teams are phenomenal. Clown 5, when we started seeing them in the lower bracket journey, they dominated their way. They
Yeah.
completely blew their opponents off waters. And now they're going to be fighting with a team that is Griffin, who kicked SATL Esports down to the lower bracket and caused trouble for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that competition is going to be an eye candy to watch for us. Even if you
Yeah.
talk about Team Revenant Esports, like in the lower bracket round number three, they have beaten Learn from Past yesterday, and that was a very glorious victory coming in because, again,
Mm-hmm.
Burzum, previously known as Crowley, was able to perform in a very big fashion, and eventually their whole team synergy worked out.
Yeah.
And that is one of those reasons why Team Revenant is currently sitting in the lower bracket because that synergy was not there in their upper bracket, in the winners bracket round, to be precise, when they fought against Team True Gravity. But True Gravity for now has been a team who is just undefeated. I mean, from the start till the end, I mean, they are already qualified for the LAN event. So that means they have already done one part of the job. Yes, securing that LAN event, being the grand finals, and being the champion is going to be another thing that they are truly looking forward to. But on the other corner, who is their opponent? That is the major question. Is it going to be FSC Sports or Forger Legacy? Well, for FSC Sports and also Forger Legacy, there is a chance of redemption. There is a chance of like where they can bounce back in the game because they do have a situation where if they lose, if any one of those two teams are going to lose, either it is going to be FSC Sports or Forge Legacy, they're going to get dropped down to the lower bracket. But in the lower brackets, teams like Clown 5, well, if they lose, they're going to get eliminated. But let's talk about the roster as well. We have Pardesi, Berserk, Blair, Rook, and Size. Pretty much a similar roster as to what we witnessed previously as well. There are not a very big of changes, but yes, I have to say, FSC Sports is currently the only team which has been invited and still surviving and fighting for
Yeah.
their glory.
Exactly, I think that's a big title to kind of hold in its own self. Whether they will be against the likes of Forge or Legacy, who have Ruben, Furia, Volk, Doc, and Artist, and these players we've seen them in different teams. I think Doc and Artist have also played together, maybe even Furia, if I recall right. But Volk is the one who's joining them new, along with Ruben also coming through. So I want to see what legacy they're bringing forth, because Forge Legacy also started their journey towards the, I think, up winner bracket round 2 itself, and from there they've been pushing forward and they've won all their games so far. Now this is their semi-finals match, which they'll be looking
Mm-hmm.
forward to converting to an upper bracket finals, because if they
Yeah,
convert it, right, they will be getting a chance to fight inland, meaning they confirm their slot. They wouldn't have to go through the turmoil of the loser bracket. And who
true.
that team is going to be, something that we have to watch out for. Now, I did mention FS Esports have the same roster that we saw previously as well when we saw
Hmm.
in the Worlds. It is the same one with the inclusion of size that you're seeing. There is still Scare that they have in the roster, but he's right as now not playing in the main five. He's still there. That's why I said FS Esports have the five playing roster, also
Yeah.
included another firepower for themselves. So I think this is very interesting. And I remember FS Esports, when they were playing Worlds, they had a very limited lineup in terms of their meta. We used to see their Mime coming through when Mime was not in the play. We used to see the Gardevoir being played. We used to see Eldegoss being picked all the time from Pardesi. Their lineup was very limited, and even though with that limited lineup, right, and Blair coming in as a Zorar was troubling everybody. That
True.
with that itself, if they were able to cause so much trouble in the lobby, now FS Esports have had time, I think a lot of months, not just a couple. August was when we saw the Worlds come to an end, and that time we didn't see FS, but they were able to see how the Worlds teams played. And now them moving here, I feel like they might have a lot more in their playing pool, a lot more Pokemons in their own fray where they can be comfortable with. But how is going to be
Yeah.
functioning with the likes of Volk commanding the team, and Volk has led multiple teams, ex Marcos, then played in Griffin, right now playing with Forge Your Legacy. So there's going to be a lot of tough fights that even FS Esports would have to go through in the semifinals.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, FS Esports definitely have to struggle a lot, but then again, if that synergy workout and their play is going to be beneficial enough, they are definitely going to secure their own place in the next round in the winners bracket, specifically the LAN event. But on the other
Mm-hmm.
column, there is a surprise for us as well as the casters, because Lucifer, we have not yet seen Forge Your Legacy performing on the stream. Yes,
Exactly.
they have done some matches, but yes, we really have to see how their performance works out, because for the first time, we and our audience are going to witness how Forge Your Legacy have actually forged their legacy in this whole event. Because again, this is actually very crucial. Moving forward, we will get to see the draft phase where we'll get to know the bans and also the sneaky Pokemons who are going to come. I believe a Mew ban could be coming in from the players of FSC Esports. On the other corner, a Zacian is something which they might not deny, talking about the team Forge Your Legacy.
Now, bans, I think there's not much in terms of speculation, Raider. It has been a little
Mm-hmm.
bit of a standard ban. Sometimes Inteleon comes in from the team on the purple end of things, that they either go for Inteleon or Mew. And sometimes it also comes down to a Hoopa as well, that we've seen, depending on how the opponent team plays. But in general, it is a Mew ban, because in the recent time, Mew damage has been insane of how players are kind
Mm-hmm.
of playing it out. Now, Zacian has been a standard ban throughout. Coming in for the first pick,
True.
it's going to be an Inteleon on Blair's end, and this is where I said FSC Sports might have a lot more. We saw them play already. This is the second time that we are going to be seeing FSC Sports play here on Steam. But as you mentioned, first time for Forge Your Legacy. So a lot of eyes on Forge Your Legacy of what they can do, and artist comes out to put down art in terms of support is going to be on Hoopa, then the Leafeon
Wow.
on Furia.
I mean, whenever Hooper comes from a particular team, I'm not that surprised that the whole momentum is going to shift from that particular team. But only if Forge Your Legacy is going to utilize that Pokemon at its peak and get that momentum right with the Hyperspace Holes and also the Ultimate, then only the things will change. But other than that, when you talk about the defenders, well, there are two coming from FSC Sports. We have Rook going for the Slowbro and Pardesi sticking with the Umbreon. Well, initially in the third day of the playoffs, we didn't saw a lot of beneficial Umbreon approaches coming in. We did saw Blastoise being the approach. We did saw in one match if I'm not wrong, Snorlax came. Then eventually we had a Slowbro and also Lapras was very beneficial. But yes, talking about the other team, we have got Venusaur and a Revenant coming in. So definitely quite an interesting selection of Pokemons coming in.
Now, one thing I kind of was wondering why we haven't seen the Zoroark yet from FSE Sports. They waited till the
There you
end
go.
and made sure that the pick is there with Zoroark coming in along with a Blaziken, but Wall coming in with none other than a Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales is a very interesting choice in terms of picks, because if you have front lines, right? Yes, front lines, what would they do? They would try to tank up damage. But when there are front lines, you need to stall them, push them, slow them down, and there's when your, I would say, ranged attackers moves come through, which can do that damage, which can stun. And I think Avalanche and Blizzard is going to act really well to push these defenders away. Quick changes in terms of the Pokemons in preparation phase. As you can see, Blair back on Zoroark. No questions over there. Berserk moves to the Inteleon. Others remain same. On the other end, Volk takes up the Venusaur, changes his one of the held items to be focus ban, and then we see a slick spoon coming through, focus ban on Ruben as well, attack weight stack coming in from Furia on the Leafeon, and on the other end Blair with the attack weight as well. And I think this is going to be interesting, but they have also a double attack weight stack coming through with the Blaziken and a weakness policy with a focus ban. So I think this is looking a little bit, I would say, hit heavy, where they can tank up damage from their Pokemons, especially with the builds. We already saw the double defender, and also having a weakness policy with a focus ban also helps your all-rounder in the front line. So damage is going to be there. Now one thing I'm pretty sure that FS Forge Your Legacy will be trying to do is shut down Zoroark, shut down Blair. If they're able to do that, I think their choices are also wise and it can work out.
I mean, even if you talk about Inteleon, that is one of those squishy Pokemons. It is actually a ranged one, but then again, if you are able to shut it down, the momentum completely falls down for that particular team, because you can utilize that Felsinger and Snapshot combination, but the precision, if it misses, which we did saw yesterday, a lot of misses were coming in from the teams which were playing yesterday, so that was kind of interesting to watch. But let's see if today is going to be another day where we will get to see a lot of misses coming in, but in the latest stages, that Inteleon Snapshot can be absolutely amazing. Talking over the approach, again, pretty similar. Two Pokemons on the top lane, we do see the EVs going head to toe, and eventually they're trying to score some good goals. And also in the mid lanes, we'll get to see the Zoroark trying to evolve as fast as possible, because again, if that Speedster has got that edge onto the opponent, definitely things can change quite widely.
Right as of now, I think keeping a slow game is going to be good. Furia, right as now, making sure the wild Pokemon AO Synergy is not stolen and also does not give chance for stacking. Quickly talking about the mid path, we can see the Zoroark, and in the meantime, on the other end, a small, teeny, tiny Bulbasaur needs to evolve. A 3-man fight just for AO Synergy and wild Pokemons, the bunnies. It does get taken over by Forge Your Legacy, so their early game looks to be nice as well as controlled.
I mean, yeah, if you talk about the stacking up situation, yes, on the top lane we do see two Pokemons already trying to actually get the best out of it. But the Hoopa, that is a supporter which can change a lot of things. But in the bottom part, we get to see a lot of contestment for the Alternate Swablues. And eventually, if you talk about the advantage, it is actually in the favor of FSC Esports when you talk in terms of the goals. But look at this, the Zoroark is still trying to perform in the top lane. Actually, in the mid lane, if you talk about the contestment, it is going to be between the Zoroark and the EV. But for now, the goals are also going to get dumped from the players of Forge Your Legacy. Pretty impressive to see this kind of approach coming in, where all the players are pretty much focused on going for those scores, and Leafeon again doing wonders. Blaziken still trying to evolve as fast as possible. The Cumberskin has to evolve so that the effective damage could be coming in, because as an all-rounder, that individual can do a lot of damage and also tank it up, but eventually that level has to be precise.
There's still a neutral going on as of now. Nothing in terms of a great battle that either of the sides have started already, but looks like there's going to be the Umbreon. Might get stuck, Pardesi. They do not indulge in a fight a lot more. Let Pardesi run away. Ruben is there. He can still trap him. Hyperspace hole being used by the tree, making sure goes back. But Furia jumps in with the Leaf Blade, does a big time of damage, but doesn't chase Pardesi to get a KO, making sure that he keep things in check. In the meantime, Saiz wanted to get himself a stack. He might even get the 10 dunk. He does, but can he receive a KO is something that I'm worried about. In the meantime, Volk running none other than the Petal Dance is going to be also an interesting move, and yes, they do get the KO on the Blaziken as soon as it evolves, but also a stack coming in from Furia instantaneously. Pardesi might also be put down. A 2 KO streak coming through. Berserk tried to help, but his jump was not enough on that liquidation, on the aerobatics. Therefore, runs back is Furia back in his position. In the meantime, Blair looking forward to stealing the buffs, made his way to the mid path, but I think he will be pushed and flushed out of there. Right as now, FS as well as Forge sitting at 83 and 83 respectively.
Well, the scoreline is pretty similar, but eventually if we talk about the contestment, I do feel that at this point, the top lane is going to get sacked, because we will get to see our Regieleki getting melted pretty soon. But if we talk about the Regirock, the contestment coming in from Forge Legacy is quite over there. We will get to see our Petal Dance, we'll get to see Ninetales trying to attack it, and eventually it is going to be the Leafeon, the Speedster coming in from Team Forge Legacy, which will be able to get it done and dusted. 108, and there you go. The sixth partner, the sixth ally is actually going to come, and at this point, the contestment is actually going to be there for the tier 1 goal zone at the bottom lane. And look at this. Slowbro can't really tank it up. I mean, he knows that he can get KO'd. The whole open goal zone in the bottom lane is going to get destroyed. And with that, for now, for a brief moment, it was Team Forge Legacy who had that lead. But look at this, FSC Esports dumping it all out. And also with that Regieleki advantage, they will be able to completely go in and eventually secure many more goals. 199. Impressive play coming in from FSC Esports. They're trying to deny all those knockouts, but at the same point, they're trying to get as many goals as possible. But Furia, his survival is completely out of the existence.
Unfortunate, 3 players. He did go for a stack over there, but nonetheless, evolution coming in from Volk. He's ready. Can he use his Unite? Yes, he does. The word into anger to find a KO. Right now, chasing the Inteleon, the Spy Vision. Make sure that they do not. In the meantime, they're running for Blaziken. In the meantime, another Unite coming in from Zorak. That finds the KO on Volk. Make it a 2 KO streak as they find another Squishy as well. Can they go in for a third? They are trying to get hold of Artist, barely surviving. Wanted to go to the hyperspace hole. Even that doesn't work. And Berserk also finds his KO. And FS Esports in control.
Once again, it is going to be FS Esports who is reigning on top and getting all those alternating swap blues in their favor so that they can have that level buff. And we do already see that Speedster sticking at level 10, and on the other corner, Leafian also doing the same. Venusaur has also evolved at a peak in this particular scenario, but now halfway journey is pretty much done in this particular matchup, and we'll get to see a lot more contestant coming in, because in the bottom lane, we'll get to see a Reggie being spawned, and that advantage can really change the things down. But with the Petal Dance, and pretty soon the Ninetales also getting enacted on over there, I believe we will get to see multiple KOs, and there you go. We got to see a Blaziken KO, and after that, eventually, even the Umbreon got KO'd. It's a rock. He's actually in a KO straight. Kuka also gets taken down. Now the attacker remains over there. Attackers versus Pizza. I really have to see what happens. But look at this. The defender, Revenant also goes in. That Boinks could have been very, very troublesome, as we do see in the minimap. But no, Zorak is somehow able to escape from it. And also, the tank, that is going to be the Umbreon, is pretty much over there.
Inviting for a battle Pardesi. He knows he's a tank. They cannot take him down so easily. They need at least 2 players. Therefore, he's just running around. Revenant comes in with a Boing. Blair in the meantime goes in for a quick retreat. Full heal. But in the meantime, bottom Reggie taken away. This is something that 4G Legacy need to concentrate on. Right now, their intentions are clear. They want the top Reggie at least. But Pardesi from the backlines pushes Volk away, and Blair can instantly get a KO. They use the days coming through. In the meantime, wait, the hyperspace hole saves Volk from a KO. They all move to the bottom path, and Blair, he will take away the top Reggie again in the team's favor. Forge your legacy. Thankfully, they did not give away experience in level, but still they give away a Reggie. Not just one, it's 2, because the bottom Regice was also lost, and right now FS Esports, they have the lead of 2-0-5. Not a big one. Forge your legacy still defending their bottom tier, but right now they have to even defend the top one, the tier 2, making sure that the Regialiki doesn't make it vulnerable, and that is the reason Furia punishes Pardesi, finds a KO, he's looking for another, but Blair, he gets a big time damage. Unite also being used right as now. They're trying to chase him. The solar point was not enough, barely managed to survive, but the leaf blade comes in at the right time after the cooldown, and a KO being found from Furia.
Pretty important chaos coming in. Zorak goes down to the dust, and eventually he's now waiting for the respawn. But even before that, FS Esports, the lead that they made is now crumbling down, because there's just 205 points in their favor. Pretty much a lead of just 14 points, which is not that adequate, to be honest, because that lead can be changed, and we will get to see that contestment coming in pretty soon, because in just 1 minute and few seconds, we'll get to see the legendary one coming into the legendary pit. It's going to be the Rayquaza fight that I'm pretty much excited about. But even before that, if we talk about the KOs, it is going to be very interesting. But look at this, Blaziken trying to guard the top lane, but there is a contestment for the Australian Sword Blues, which is going to be in the favor of Team Forger Legacy. And now it is all about the bottom lane, where the contestment for the Regice might actually come in, or whatever Reggie is going to spawn over there. I'm looking forward to it, but a complete sack into the bottom lane is going to be the equation. In the mid lanes, we will get to see the Blaziken and the Speedster also working its way up.
Pardesi playing with a Wish moveset. This is why I was wondering, why is he so confident? Why are players not chasing him for a KO? That's because he can regenerate his health with the Wish and also help his teammates to regenerate. Riders now keeping guard off. Again the tier 1. Pardesi moves in with a foul play, tried to find a connection. In the meantime, a 2-man push towards the top path. They take the hyperspace hole and immediately try to help, and also find a KO on Pardesi, who was trying to make an overextension at the tier 1 on bottom. And now Forger Legacy have some control of things, because they did not lose the top path fight as well as the bottom, and now they're taking the Reggie steal, but there's 3 seconds on the clock. They don't have time, and the Rayquaza spawns. It's time for the final stretch.
Well, the final stretch is going to be chaotic enough, because both the teams are looking quite close to each other, and in the tall tree grasses, we'll get to see Doc holding it off. He's getting the right idea of how he has to perform and eventually what he has to do. But Hoopa can really change the things around, and we do see 10 unites being farmed already. I mean, every single individual has got their own unite to play with, but look at this, the contestant goes in. Oh, Revenant not looking that good, but eventually the support with the Petal Dance will be coming in from the attacker. It's not going to be that easy, but look at Zorak. He's trying to go for the goals at the tier 2 goal zone in the top lane, but eventually there is a situation where they are waiting for the right time period to strike on, because again, if the contestment goes wild, maybe those Blazikins and Zorak can eventually come in to steal the Rayquaza advantage for themselves.
Oh, no.
Listen, it's a Leafeon who has been KO'd, and I do believe pretty soon we'll get to see another KO coming in from the players of Forge Legacy, and it is going to be the Venusaur. Hoopa with the Rings Unbound is trying to change the things around, but no, it's not going to be that easy. The Boinks, but Doc is actually going to get KO'd, and it is looking like a situation where the team known as FS Esports can really take the control, but Hoopa finds a crucial one.
Oh no, Ruben acting like the game changer here, finds a 2k streak, looking for a third, and he does find it. In the meantime, Size tries to jump on him, wants to find the KO. The feint attack also coming in from Zoror, finds Artist, as well as Ruben goes down. 40 seconds on the clock, a big 100 is what Blair is trying to dunk. Solar Point was ready, and the 100 is missed. In the meantime, Forge Your Legacy, they have to find a way to secure us goal. Otherwise, this game is done for. 30 seconds on the clock. They do not have the Rayquaza shield. If they get it, they can go for a score, but they do not have much time. And right as now, Walk as well as Doc making intentions of moving to the top path, but there's already players at the jump pad. They all jump towards the mid, and because of which goal scoring becomes easy. They get the dunk of 17, which is close to 30, and another 14, which pushes to 28. And right as now, Forge Your Legacy have forced their victory, but at the last 10 seconds, 100 might come through. 100 does from the slow bro, and this brings back the game in favor of FS Esports, along with another 100 score coming in from Umbreon. What a game changer from FS Esports in the last 10 seconds. Secure Rayquaza and also score goals.
Honestly, Lucifer, I was about to jump out of my chair because I was thinking, what is FS Esports doing? They're contesting the mid lane, they're trying to go for the legendary pit. Meanwhile, the other players from Team Fortune Legacy are already securing the goals in the tier 2 goal zone in the top lane, but eventually their strategy worked out. They were able to mill the Rayquaza, get that advantage in just 8 seconds when it was just 8 seconds left. What a play coming in from the individuals of FS Esports, and with that advantage in their favor, they were able to go for a score of 200 if I'm not wrong. 100 came in from Slowbro, and then eventually another 100 came in from Berserk if I'm not wrong. But yeah,
Umbreon,
actually
Pardesi.
Umbreon, okay, yeah, Pardesi. So impressive play coming in from those individuals, and FS Esports, with that, they are definitely going to nail the first round, the first match in their favor. With that, Fortune Legacy is left untamed. They really have to figure out what they have to do in the next match, because again, the contestment for the Rayquaza was not that adequate, and also the strategy that they tried to follow up was kind of working, but eventually FS Esports had a different plan and they were ready with the counter attack.
Of all the games that I've witnessed so far, this has been a phenomenal one coming in from both FS Esports as well as Forge Your Legacy. Till the nth second, I was wondering whether it is going to be the likes of Forge Your Legacy or FS Esports were all fighting for Rayquaza. I thought time will be nil. Maybe they missed the opportunity of securing goal, but the tier 1 on the bottom path being there was the trouble for Forge Your Legacy. If that was not there, maybe they could have destroyed the shields before they got to the tier 2, but this is what happens here, Raider. That at times when you have your all goal zones, right, tier 1 and tier 2s, it kind of causes trouble, and in case at the nth second somebody secures Rayquaza, they have easier chances of reaching the goal zone, and that's what FS Esports did. Otherwise, Forge Your Legacy with the score of 34 as well as 28 towards the end, I felt like maybe they've done enough, because the score was 205 to 191, I think, and pushing it to 257 was good, but then the double 100 coming through, as you can see, 405. Good stuff. FS Esports, what a game. And this is why I said this team keeping their lineup similar, even though we saw Forge Your Legacy having control from the start, but it was only the goal difference that FS Esports had advantage of. Otherwise, it was, I think, the fights in favor of Forge Your Legacy.
To be honest, yes, as you said, FS Esports was trying to get some good scores initially, but then again, look at Forge Your Legacy. Every now and then in the graph, you'll get to see that they were trying to chase it, they were trying to contest it, and there was a situation where they were stuck like for 3 minutes with a lead of just 14 points. They just had 14 points in their favor when you talk about FS Esports, but eventually in the final stretch, things started to change when the players of Forge Your Legacy decided to dump in another set of few amazing goals, and with that 257 in their favor, the pressure completely trickled down to the players of Team FS Esports. But then that Rayquaza steal in the mid lane, everybody was concerned about it, and eventually I did saw, if I'm not wrong, 4 Pokemons were trying to melt down the Rayquaza. Slowbro was already on the move for the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane, because he knew that he has to get that goal. Even if the whole scenario of getting that shield was not successful, he had to have that goal in his favor. But eventually the shield came in because they were able to melt down the Rayquaza at the right time period, and eventually with that advantage, there was nothing that could really have been done, because they had the shield, they had the advantage, and eventually with 200 being dumped in the final stretch, as you can see, things completely change. And yes, it is the match of FS Esports for the first match in the day number 4 of the playoffs.
Oh man, such a close game. What a wonderful one in this upper bracket semis. This is why we said today's games are going to be super competitive because all teams are fighting for one chance to qualify to the LAN, and that's where everybody wants to fight in front of their own favorites, in front of their fans, in front of the viewers who love Pokemon Unite and want to show them of what is there in Pokemon Unite. I think that's something that I did want to see, and it's already starting off in the last day of this qualification where we are going to be seeing from today. The next phase is going to be the LAN hits. But you can see here, right, there were certain instances that players individually were getting separated, and I think that's where things went wrong. And also the front line was just amazing coming in from FS Esports. That Slowbro as well as Umbreon, you saw they were kind of letting or forgetting Pardesi that he was there at times. They're like, leave him because he can self-heal him, he can get back his health, we cannot chase him and keep fighting, and if we do that to him, then there is the Slowbro who might come in. Otherwise Blair or none other than Zorark, and he was doing that. But I think this fight, Walk, where he went towards the alley, towards the mid path of FS Esports, got stuck over there while he was trying to find and chase KO on Rook. That's where things kind of fell flat. Otherwise Ruben, a great try of a comeback. If Blair was KO'd over there, Saez would have been alone and then situation could have been different. But as of now, it's best of three's first game which was done where FS Esports took control of it, took the first point. There is still chances of comeback for Forge Your Legacy, but the player of the game, Slowbro, as I mentioned, functioning on that front line phenomenally.
Definitely, I mean, he was tanking a lot of damage and also was dishing it out, and that 100 coming in from his favor in the last second was absolutely amazing. Rook definitely did a phenomenal job of actually giving out the best for his team, and eventually, due to that, FS Esports now has got a lead of a lead of a one round in their match of a BO3 against teams known as Forge Your Legacy. But I really have to see what happens next, because if you talk about Forge Your Legacy, they were way too close. They came way too close. They decided to come up with the lead in the later seconds, and eventually they had 257 points, where Team just had 205. So that was a situation where Team FS Esports could have really lost the game. And we were also thinking that what is happening, they could have easily jumped to the top lane, eventually contested it, so that those dumps of 37 goals or some other goals like 28 goals could have not come. But eventually these guys had a different strategy. They wanted to melt down the Rayquaza. They wanted to have that advantage. They didn't want to completely deny the fact that the other team is trying to score the goal. They wanted themselves to score those goals. And in that terms, yes, they were very, very successful. And with that, yes, the advantage is something that now Forge Your Legacy has to come up with. And that pressure is definitely going to eat Forge Your Legacy right now, no doubt in that. That pressure and that momentum from Team FS Esports will be also coming in. But really have to see what happens in the next match, because it could actually go down to a final map, or maybe we'll get to see a decider as well. Because if FS Esports loses, we'll get to see a second chance being given in the winner bracket for Team Forge Your Legacy. But remember, guys, even if Forge Your Legacy loses or FS loses in the later terms, we'll get to see a lower bracket match for themselves. So yes, the turmoil of the lower stages is going to be there. But other than that, yes, absolutely amazing competition. But with that, Lucifer, I believe the next match draft phase is already ready. So let's have a look at that as well.
And you can see immediately banning that Slowbro out. I was wondering, like having a Slowbro along with as well as a Umbreon caused trouble, and yes, it did brew. On the other end, keeping that Zacian as a standard ban. I just want to see a difference coming here. You saw the initial KO where things kind of fell flat for Forge Your Legacy was them losing the Leafeon. The Leafeon's intentions were clear, to go behind enemy lines, get that back line, invade it, and then find a KO over there. But they knew. And also counters were ready. As of now, bans are done. I want to see what kind of counters this time they have. Precautions for the final stretch. First pick coming in from Artist. Does he still stick on to the Hoopa? Hoopa was not greatly effective. We even saw during the early stages, like towards the 3-minute mark, they were expecting for hyperspace holes, but Artist was left all alone. The goal zone got destroyed, and the time they wanted to help Artist, they couldn't rotate fast, and therefore Artist was KO'd. But he still sticks on to the Hoopa. On the other end, Blair moves in for Inteleon again for his teammate. This time, however, snatching away the Leafeon.
Well, the Sweetser is here. Well, in this particular matchup, we won't see Zorak action coming in. It's going to be Leafeon. And on the other corner, if we talk about the attacker from Team Forge Your Legacy, we'll get to see a squishy Mew coming in. Those solar beams are definitely hurting a lot of players. But with that, the tank Umbreon will be coming in. This time, approach is a little bit different, because all those Pokemons which Team FS Esports was utilizing are now being shifted into the favor of the other team. Mew initially was banned by Team FS Esports, but now that ban has been lifted because they wanted to stick with Zacian. So that Mew has been taken down by Team Forge Your Legacy. Moving forward, the other two are going to be Blissey and Blaziken. I do believe that combination of both the beasts can really work out for the players of FS Esports.
Mew is always a Pokemon which can cause trouble, and that ban initially was wonderful. But Ruben having a chance to play Mew again is going to be super interesting. He's also a phenomenal ranged attacker and a Mew player. It's going to be interesting. Wall gets back to the Venusaur again, but Furia, he moves in, gets his teammate the double defender again, just like how we saw FS Esports playing. Is going to be the Blasters. The last pick coming in is going to be a single defender play, coming in with the support of a Blissey is going to be Lapras. They still have the Blaziken alive as well as the Inteleon, and again to invade the backlines. This time they don't see a Zoroark to fight with, so they immediately pick up the Leafeon. Let's see how this works out. Blair, does he go back to the Leafeon, the speedster itself? Because as I did mention, Zoroark was being played consecutively and constantly coming in from Blair. This time, however, seems like even in the preparation phase, they're not changing.
This will be a very interesting approach where player is going to stick to an attacker, and on the other corner, Berserk is going to play with the speedster. Definitely have to see how this is going to turn out, but these 10 seconds are going to be very valuable because yes, these strats are being made, the changes are already there, and we'll get to see how the play is going to unfold, because this could be a possible last match in the wins bracket on the stream, and then we'll get to move on to the LAN event as well. But even before that, yes, really have to see how Team 4J Legacy can really bounce back from here, because it's a very vital, very important match for Team 4J Legacy. They came way too close but went way too far in the later stages. Like in just 8 seconds, the whole story of Team 4J Legacy changed, because to be honest, all the fans and all the viewers and me personally as a caster was feeling like, yeah, this is the match where Team FS Esports might actually do this. So there was a big chance where FS Esports could have lost that particular game, but they decided to stick with the Rayquaza, and eventually it paid them in a very good fashion. But yes, now eagerly waiting to see what happens next, because the match is going to get started, and these 10 minutes, don't you think so, Lucifer, are going to be very valuable for both the teams?
Let the match begin. It's going to be a crucial one, as you said. One for FS Esports because they already have the lead in the point in this best of 3, whereas 4J's Legacy, they need to find their one. Taking down the Bunny super early on the bottom path. In the meantime, sending their Sobble on the mid path for FS Esports. Sending their, again, little teeny tiny Bulbasaur to the mid path on the side of 4G Legacy. Quick stacks, because right as now Umbreon wants to evolve as early as possible, but FS Esports are running a double stack on 2 of their Pokemons. One is a Speedster, another is an all-rounder. The Torchic that you see has an attack weight as well as an Eos Cookie. On the other end, there is also the Eevee, right as now, which has to evolve to the Leafeon, which is also running an attack weight as well as an Eos Cookie. Stack coming in still again. Doc also gets his 5 in, now has to move back. But on the other end, Berserk gets a chance to evolve. Now is on the Leafeon, but a mean look being used. Solar Bonk right now is not effective. There can be a chance of a KO, but the mean look gets over, and therefore they jump immediately to their goal zone, which gives them a blue shield. In the meantime, Blair, he gets stuck. Doc, can he find the KO? He tried his best, but it was just evolved. Mean look is the only move. Mean look was the only move which was unlocked. But in the meantime, what just happened? Walk just moved in, and he's instantly KO'd. On the other end, the beams coming in, that finds a KO. Make sure the Water Toll also looks forward to, and that's a double KO especially being found, meaning 4G Legacy, even though they had one player who had to go back and heal themselves or respawn, there were 3 players from FS Esports and they had to force them back. But Berserk, as he found it timed perfectly, I think so, but no, comes in at the right time. Doc, big solar beam coming in, mean look to stop, and I think Berserk, he's done for. There's no way he survives. Again, that mean look gets over, and Berserk survives back to the goal zone.
About 51 points coming in from 4J Legacy. They're definitely in lead right now. They're trying to hurry their way to a victory in this particular matchup, but I'm looking forward to see how that is going to result. Skin wanted to fall back, and eventually that's again going to be the case that he's going to stick with. But yes, I really have to see how this play is going to unfold, because in the legendary pit we'll get to see that also even Swablu also getting utilized. But Pardesi getting cornered, he's going to get KO'd. Yeah, there you go. There is nothing that he could have really done. 4 Pokemon's already sacking onto him. Oh, the Lapras also falls down. This is not looking good for Team FS Esports. From the start, they're getting multiple KOs. And Sai, he's also about to get KO'd if he does not run back, but eventually he was able to do it. He was able to fall back. And in the tree grasses, we'll get to see another Pokemon also getting set ablaze. But that, yes, Team FS Esports is now struggling, because look at the level buff as well. Venusaur is already at level 8. On the other corner, the attackers are not even close to 7. I mean, Inteleon is, but then again, really have to see how the play is going to unfold.
Doc doesn't have anything to stack, but he's just doing it to annoy players of FS Esports, to cause trouble, making them think that, oh, maybe he's running in special attack specs or something of those sorts. Right as now, it's a 3-man play coming in from 4G Legacy on the top path. Maybe they're going to look forward to the top Regieleki first, playing with the Umbreon as well as the Ivysaur right as now in the bottom path. Saiz will fully evolve to Blaziken. Still doesn't have his Unite though. So he has to watch out. Stacking also not that being great. But in the meantime, Volk evolves. He's on level 9. He has the Verdant Anger available and he uses it, making sure there's no steal. Big time damage coming in on Blair and they send the players back. However, Rook still wants to keep the fight ongoing. Venusaur is ready, goes in for a beam along with the Mew. It doesn't find effective KO, but it does force the players and pacify them to lose their health and push them back to their goal zone.
This is a very interesting approach coming in. The Hyperspace Souls once again are being very effective. They're trying to contest both the Regis and now they're approaching for the Regieleki. But let's see if that is going to be fruitful enough, because right now Saiz is pretty much confirmed that he has a very big approach of getting Evolve first, and then eventually when the Unite is there, he might actually be able to utilize it, and Unite has already been farmed. We'll get to see a KO coming in. It was Inteleon who got a very crucial KO, and now the Regieleki is getting melted. But let's see who is going to have that advantage, because in no time we'll get to see a close-up contestant because the War Turtle is ready. The Venusaur is already coming in, but the ally, the 6-1 comes in. The Solar Beams coming in from both the Pokemons are very effective. Keep the Venusaur and or Mew, both of them are utilizing it. Australian Swablues also at the concern. 91 good points coming in from Poacher Legacy. Yes, indeed, they are maintaining that lead, maintaining their pressure, but in the top lane, the Regieleki also gets destroyed, and with that, the bottom lane contestant is what we are looking at. But Hoopa again might be able to save that day.
Right as now, almost everybody from 4G Legacy have almost unlocked their unites. It's only the Hoopa who needs to. A big KO again on the Blissey, a support going down without any support players being there, and the goal zone being destroyed with a overdunk of a 40. Moonlight Prans Riders now to kind of defend the bottom goal zone, but it's not working out. They still managed to score little goals here, but that's not going to be a great difference, because you can see 4G Legacy already sitting at 171, trying to chase them out. They did use a hyperspace hole and all teleport to the bottom, and immediately FSC Esports, they decide to retreat. But 4G Legacy, they're not deciding to retreat. They want to get another overdunk if possible. 8 gets scored coming in again from Doc. Always annoying, even though he doesn't have any stacks to play with, he still gets the score. And with level 9 coming in, the Hooper also has his Unite. Finally, we see the entire side of FSC Esports also unlocking the Unite, but a quick steal of a buff coming in from Berserk. Might look forward to a 40 score, but it doesn't happen. Inteleon trying to help him out. The hyperspace hole is here, and the players from FSC Esports are forced to rotate again or run back.
Now, every single time when Team FSC Esports decides to go for a goal of even 10 AOS energy, there is going to be that hyperspace hole which is going to annoy the hell out of them. What an amazing play. Look at this. Again, every single time, guys, you'll get to see those hyperspace holes being very, very effective. And Blaziken is now outside a Blaze. He had to fall back. Can't really do much at that point. Now, Rayquaza is something which might change the whole destiny of the team. Other than that, if you see the Regis, the Regi Rock on the bottom lane is again going to be in the favor of Team Forge Legacy. And they are forging their legacy by taking few more good KOs. But Berserk running for his life. Let's see what he can really do. He does not have the right amount of HP, is very low at this point. Inteleon on the other corner finds Mew, but this is a very crucial match coming in for Team FSC Esports, because if they lose, they are going to give a second chance for the individuals of Team Forge Legacy to really fight back and eventually get the decider in their favor. Blair and the other guys are also going to fall back. Still, I have to really see that Lapras has not evolved yet a lot, but now they are actually at level 10, so maybe that stack is going to be helpful enough.
Blastoise ready, wants to go for the last hit. Rapid spin along with the water spot coming through. Can he get the last hit? No, the overheat secures from Blaziken. Size makes it happen. Berserk ready with the solar burn. Both of them want to find the KO on Furia. But there is the Venusaur who's here to help his teammate out. But the fire cake coming through pushes the player out, finds the KO along with the Regieleki's help. And now Size, he might even take down Volk along with Berserk's help. And yes, they do it. There is a chance for the Regieleki to push, but the hyperspace hole immediately gets the players back. And Volk, before going down, he does find a KO. Mew also helps, puts down the Leafeon, and now Regieleki, who was their 6th ally, has come to a stall and a stop. In the meantime, there's a bottom path push. They immediately take the hyperspace hole, and Rook is forced to run out. The Electro Ball, it connects and finds the KO on Rook. That's the Lapras down, and Forge your legacy. Even though they might be losing one of their players or the other, if they're losing the Regi, they're still keeping control of the paths in their favor.
Amazing play coming in from Forger Legacy. They're destroying their opponents like hell, and at the same point, those hyperspace holes are absolutely amazing. Look at the way this Blissey is just adamant that I'm going to stick for a goal. I'm going to get that 10 AOS energy right over here in this particular goal zone, but he is going to get KO'd. He's going to get KO'd. There is no chance.
Oh, he still gets 10.
Finally, the stack works out. But I believe the KO is something which is inevitable. And there you go, the KO comes in. Alternate Sword Blue is also being contested. And Leafeon was able to fall back a bit. And Hoopa, again, pretty happy to what he is doing till now. Because that's a very good effective Pokemon that we really missed in the previous matchup coming in from Fojo Legacy. But this time they are able to utilize it at its peak. But the steal will be coming in from the individual Blastoise. And with that advantage in their favor, now they can really contest for the Rayquaza. But look at those Unites being farmed. Inteleon already at level 14. He can really make a menace at this point, and that is the only approach that Team FSG Esports is left with right now. But the Blaziken wants to go with the 50. No, it's not going to be that easy. Is he going to score that? Yes, indeed, he's going to do that. He's going to go for 100. That's amazing. But yes, at the same point, we'll get to see multiple KOs. It is going to be a KO on Hoopa, and at the same point, another supporter goes down. But that is going to be from the team of FSG Esports.
It was just 100, but it seems like Fojo Legacy are a little bit kind of wondering, have we lost the lead that we had? And they've started a little bit of a fight with Rayquaza, not draining its health size, hiding in the tall grasses for now, not giving away his position. But Artist, he just came back and they want to KO him again. Solar Point coming through, a Solar Beam for support, does push back Berserk. Almost about to get cured. A big damage coming in. Then there's Blaziken coming in from the back with the Focus Blast. Does damage. Overheat as well. Finds a connection between three players. This is the chance, but Volk, he swoops in, finds the Blaziken out, and that's where things from FSC Sports' end are calmed down or slowed down. Lapras uses Lapras Express, is stuck, unable to connect its Unite with anybody but Blair. Hiding sneakily. Camouflage, but Rook goes down. That's something that they'll be worried about. A 47 that they want to score. 36 as well gets scored, but the 47 going towards a 94 did not happen. Moonlight Pranch being used. Berserk they are trying to force a KO on Berserk, but before he could reach closer to the final stretch of the Rayquaza, they catch him. Shield has been taken over, and Forger Legacy, they force their victory in the second game.
What a play, what a comeback coming in from Fojo Legacy. Absolutely adamant on the fact that they really had to get this one so that they can come back with a decider match. And yes, that's exactly what they're going to get. 608 is what Fojo Legacy is able to be capable of. Remember guys, FSC Esports was stuck with just 67 points or so, but then eventually that 100 came in from the Blaziken, and also some more points coming in the later stage. But still, it's done. There are going to be some more goals possibly, but yeah, there you go. A set of 6 goals coming in, but a lot of KOs in the later stages, and with that FSC Esports loses this one, and it's going to be an equalizer in the BO3 picture in the favor of Team Fojo Legacy. And with that bounce back in the game, and that too with that amazing lead in the favor, it does feel like that Fojo Legacy has got that grasp and they can really dictate their chances. So I feel either FSC Esports can ban the Hoopa or they can pick it for themselves.
Yeah, I think Hoopa pick letting it be, and especially kind of functioning so efficiently, right, Raider, that's something that caused them a lot of trouble. Artist, you can see sitting at 11 assists, 1 KO for him. Ruben, as I already mentioned, him getting a chance of picking the Mew was the troublemaker, and along with that, Volk also playing the Beamosaur. Double beams coming through is what caused a lot of trouble. Doc played phenomenally. That mean look did cause so much trouble. It was trapping the players. Maybe he alone could not pick the KO, but the amount of traps that he was putting down with the mean look was more than enough. And Furia, what a top path play coming in from him. Fully under control. Berserk tried his best, size as well. His overheat did do a lot of damage. Focus Blast as well when he was ever changing the stances, but it was not enough coming through. Rook, I think this was one Pokemon which was super crucial on the front line on Lapras, which had a very late evolution game. Lapras is a late game Pokemon. Early game, yes, you can kind of find damage with it, but it kind of doesn't act as a great shield in the start of the game, but in the end game, both a shield as well as a damage dealer is what it can act, and in this game it didn't function as either. And especially as you can see, Pardesi, I think this was a little bit of a disheartening game coming in for Pardesi, where his recovery or healing only at 13,000 on a Blissey. I think that's where it caused trouble. He was always getting KO'd whenever he gets spotted. He was put on a mean look, or he was separated from his teammates, was getting beamed, the Phantom Force, whatever you could imagine, everything used to happen to Pardesi rather than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting sacked up a lot. He was getting taken down a lot of fun. And on the other corner, yes, the reversal of those roles and not getting the right Pokemon in their favor for Team FSC Esports also changed a lot of things, because Berserk could have actually gone with an attacker. Blair on the other corner is absolutely phenomenal when he plays with the Speedster. But as we do see that the Pokemon roles were a little bit different, and due to that, as the approach was not that useful. Leafeon, I really did not witness a lot of things coming in from those Leafeons, except the running back from the scenario where Hoopa was coming up with those hyperspace holes, and eventually the Venusaur with the battle dance was absolutely chaotic. And also at the same point, I really have to see what happens in the next matchup, because these Mew picks and the Venusaur pick, that has been consistent from the individuals of Forge Legacy. Although in the first match it was banned by the players of FS Esports, that's why that Mew pick was pretty much out of the existence for Forge Legacy, but they were able to stick with Venusaur and the Hoopa, and they were able to utilize it at its peak. And also the Umbreon, to be honest, was absolutely useful. Well, in the first match, it was in the favor of Team FS Esports. In the second one, it went in the hands of Team Forge Legacy. They were able to take it, and look at the advantage that they've got. A score lead of like approximately 380 points.
One thing that troubled me here, Raider, was the moveset of Blissey. I was wondering, where did the egg bomb go? Why couldn't I see it? I could see like a pool of something yellow happening, but it was not an egg bomb. It was the helping hand along with the safeguard being used. So I don't know, like there was like very minimal healing with the movesets itself that they had kind of used. It was not kind of stunning or something like that. So I think from the get-go itself it felt a little bit dicey or not the right movesets to play with. And also looking at this stack, right, you can see both their stack players who had Aeos Cookie and Attack Weight, Leafeon as well as Blaziken, have just one stack, just that 4 when the game started, between the 0 to the second minute, and after that nothing. Then only after the 8-minute mark we saw the Blaziken dunking 100. Otherwise there was nothing that we saw coming in from the sides of FS Esports. I think that's something that you have to pay attention. And throughout, I think Pokemon Unite India Open, that we have seen this being a trouble for any team that you take. If they run an attack weight and if they don't get a minimum of a 3 stack from the 0 to the 4th minute mark, their entire game flubs off. And towards the end, maybe they have some lucky instances, but if they don't get that 3 stacks, I would say even under the 2-minute mark, then things are going to start falling flat.
Definitely, I mean, when you talk about the lead, I believe even in the first match, it was Team Forge Legacy which was coming way too close, and they were able to dictate their terms with the stack of those goals coming in, more in the tier 1 and tier 2 goal zones in the bottom and the top lane. So it was amazing to see that from the start, from the get-go, it is Team Forge Legacy who was trying to destroy the whole goals and also getting a lot of outputs in their favor. And eventually in the second match, again, similar approach, they had a lead of, if I'm not wrong, 150 goals in their favor from the start. And eventually when the final stage came in, they decided to go with the quasi advantage and they were able to completely dish it out. And to be honest, for me personally, again, from the start of the playoffs, I have seen a lot of Hoopa plays. I've seen a lot of effective plays coming in, also some plays where the job was not that fruitful. Remember the first match where Team Forge Legacy lost the advantage because their Hoopa was not that effective in that particular matchup. But this time, they were able to utilize it in a very big fashion. I mean, those hyperspace holes were absolutely effective. Whenever it is not a situation where Team FS Esports is not trying to go for the goals. They were trying to get it, but eventually, whenever they're trying to do it, be it the top lane or the bottom lane, there was always those Hoopa hyperspace holes coming in. And due to that, the players were popping out of it, and eventually they were trying to destroy them. They were trying to get the KOs. And at those points, yes, we did saw players were left unguarded. They didn't had an idea that somebody is going to come through and eventually they're going to put them down. Yes, there is a situation back in it they had that we do see an Hoopa in the opponent, but then again, it is a situation where you are left unguarded while you are trying to stack up those goals. But at the end, it is done, guys, and we will get to see the decider of the first match of day number 4 of playoffs in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023. And let's see what are the bans. It's going to be a slower ban coming in from the individuals of Team FS Esports, exactly what we witnessed in the second match. But this time, it has to be a situation where Team FS Esports has to deny that Hoopa, to be honest. Because if that Hoopa is again going to be useful, I think things might change for the players of Team FS Esports. They might actually go to the lower bracket.
First pick is here still for the sides of Forge Legacy. They might pick it up, but they say no, we want the Leafeon. We do not want to give it away for the sides of FS Esports. Now FS Esports have a chance to pick up the Hoopa for themselves when they do. Pardes immediately make sure they get it, and then we see the Inteleon again still being a standard pick in all the 3 games for the side of FS. Next 2 picks coming in. Doc back on the Umbreon, but Ruben, he still has the chance of a Mew, and we can still expect 2 Beamers coming through. Solar Beams have been a very effective move. It doesn't matter whether you're like a Pokemon which is the counter for a grass type. I kind of keep forgetting. I think bug type are super effective. No, water type. So the greatest move or the super powerful move for every grass type Pokemon is Solar Beam. But here in Pokemon Unite, this Solar Beam is super effective against all Pokemons, because again, it's a ranged attacker move coming through, and if it's effective enough and your Pokemon is evolved, it does a lot of damage. So the double beamers are still here with the Blissey coming in on Artist, and then we can see even a Blaziken as well as Berserk, him bringing a Revenant this time.
Well, we did saw Revenant in the first match, but eventually it was in the favor of Team Forge Legacy.
Yeah.
This time it is going to be FS Esports who is going to utilize it, and in every single matchup, if I'm not wrong, FS Esports was able to utilize that Blaziken except the first one. So I'm looking forward to see. Actually, in the first one also we did saw Blaziken coming in. In the second one again, they had that Blaziken, and to be honest, that Blaziken is effective enough. But eventually, with this approach, maybe things will change. Gengar, what do you think about this?
Wait, what? I just kind of was looking at what other Pokemons can come through. I was just putting all the Pokemon pictures in front of me, what movesets can be used, and Gengar out of the blue, Berserk?
Wow.
He decides to go Berserk. This is going to be super interesting now. Gengar not being seen in the meta or not being seen playing in the fray, but they make a choice of this. I want to see what moves they make use of. I'm pretty sure it should be a Dream Eater moveset coming through, but we'll wait and watch of how it functions. This time the attack weight is, or stacking, is going to be there only from one Pokemon on the side of FS, and that's going to be Blaziken. On the other end, it's going to be Umbreon and nobody else. Very interesting game. All of them running a single defender, one supporter, one all-rounder, and on the other end they're running a double ranged attacker. This is very interesting. A speedster and then one ranged attacker for the side of FS Esports. FS Esports have got all the 5 categories of Pokemons, whereas Forge Legacy, they're like ranged attackers are here, our beamers are ready, we're going to get this game underway in our favor. The battle is ready. The teams are ready. Let's begin the last battle for deciding who our upper bracket finalist number 2 is going to be.
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, it's a road where things can change rapidly for both the individuals. Be it FS Esports or Forge Legacy, both of them are very close to their victory and very close to their ticket for the LAN events. But moving forward, FS Esports, well, again, their approach is pretty much similar, that there are going to be a lot of sacking up into the mid lanes, and also in the top lane we'll get to see the Chansey going over there and trying to get the best out of it. And with that, the EV is also going to be there. But there you go. I'll check with if I'm not wrong, 4 goals coming in, and now he's going to fall back. Even the EV is going to do the same. Leafeon again evolving and trying to get the best out of it is going to be the case. But to that, Hoopa will be able to get the best out of the game or not is what I'm looking at, because Blissey was not that big of a supporter in the previous matchup due to the wrong movesets being chosen, to be honest. But in this particular matchup, when Team Forge Legacy has got it, maybe things might be different and they might actually stick to the right move, and eventually the meta would be in their favor. But they see that Hoopa is very valuable, buddy. Make sure to actually get the charm out of it, and I'm looking forward to see how the game revolves from here.
It is now still a slow game, but you can see Forge Legacy are getting their stacks in. They've gotten a score of 9. Blair finally moving out of his mid path. An exchange of a buff, red buff here on none other than Pardesi, and on the other blue a buff for Blair. Level 5, Torchic finds the first. Blissey is down. Blissey was already a trouble, but meantime, a bottom path KO coming in from the Ivysaur. 3-man play coming through, tried his best. Leafeon tried to survive, but eventually had to go down. That's going to be a 2 KO coming through in the start of the game for FS Esports. In the meantime, FS Esports are not stopping there, want to take away the buff. They've invaded the mid path of Forge Legacy, trying to cause a lot more trouble, but this time Size, we spoke about it, he's already gotten his 4th stack, I presume. In the meantime, Furia, he runs in. Can he find it? His Solar Bank was there, but right as now, it is going to be a play coming in from Size on the kick. In the meantime, also Art is making his move. Size wants to get the berry, but a Solar Boing, that helps, and they find the KO on that stacked Combuskin.
The Haunter in the mid lane, to be honest, is still pretty much ready. Looking forward to see how that play is going to unfold, but Hoopa with the hyperspace holes can be very, very useful. And Berserk has to really cook Berserk in this particular matchup, because if they lose, they're going to fall down to the lower bracket. But those slaps from the Blissey are absolutely amazing. Really have to see how the play is going to unfold. Forge Legacy on the other corner goes in for another set of 5, and there will be a KO from the Inteleon onto the Leafeon. The Speedster goes on, and exactly that is going to be the case for even Team FS Esports, because their Speedster, the Haunter, also goes down by 5 minutes from Forge Legacy.
Rogue trying to buy time. Pardesi is here and then gives the hyperspace hole. Make sure that everybody will rotate to the bottom path. And Forge Legacy immediately call it quits. They move back to their goal zone. Also get experience for themselves. That's going to be the Alterian Swablu. We saw the Dream Eater. I think it did not connect with anybody, but Berserk, big solar beam on them. But immediately the hyperspace hole was there. They all retreat back, but they're waiting for the Reggie. Volk has his Unite again unlocked. Playing the Shadow Ball as well as the Dream Eater, will want to keep distance, especially the ranged attackers who are squishy. If they get hit by the Dream Eater, easy chances of getting KO'd. But the bottom tier 1 has been destroyed. Now Mirage being used along with
Reaper.
that a big solar beam, and that's going to be finding the first KO. In the meantime, a quick KO on none other than Regeliki, adding on the second ally. This is making sure that the second tier gets vulnerable, but coming in from the backlines, they try to find Volk, but Volk uses his Verdant Anger, finds the KO on Berserk, making sure that it doesn't function, and the KO being also found from Size makes the top tier 2 vulnerable with the help of the ally. But in the meantime, bottom path fight coming through. Blair had used his spy vision, but it still doesn't work. A hyperspace hole to retreat back to gold zone, and from then back is Pardesi. But still the bottom path fight. Forge your legacy, they might have controlled it, but they did not win it.
I mean, yeah, definitely the contest is going on right now. Blaziken trying to contest with the speedster coming in from the opponent, Forge Your Legacy, but then again, the Umbreon. The tank is also going to come. Let's see what kind of defender is going to be there. I mean, the Revenant is definitely trying to go with the boinks, and he was able to let go of the grasp onto the side, onto the plane on his Size, and with that, yes, Size is going to go with the Citrus Berry. Again, a lot of solar beings are being dumped at this point. The Mew and the Venusaur can be very, very chaotic from the players of Forge Your Legacy, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But now the stack is not going to work. Hoopa gets KO'd. I was not really expecting that, but eventually Inteleon retaliates by taking down the Umbreon, and not just that, we'll get to see the Leafeon also getting KO'd, and at the same point, the Blissey is about to go down. Revenant before that gets falls off the equation, but this individual, the Inteleon, gets a KO streak of 3 individuals. Amazing play coming in. We might see another one pretty soon.
Oh, Blair barely survives. If not for Pardesi intervening with the Phantom Force on the battle, Ruben would have got that KO on Blair, and right as now Forge Your Legacy a little bit in trouble. Talking about quickly on levels, there's not a big difference, but the Inteleon is causing them a lot of trouble. That crit hit has been very effective. Pardesi, hyperspace hole. Does he go and save himself? Yes, he does. Quickly ejects into the hyperspace hole, gets the full heal. He's not going to be back. He's going to use the jump pad and go towards the tier 2 on the bottom. In the meantime, Gengar is pushing towards Umbreon because tier 1 is still active on Forge Your Legacy's bottom, but Ruben was about to get caught. 2-step Emerald coming through, but it does not work out. Mew's Solar Beam, however, it works and now causes vulnerability for Revenant. 3 players on him. Verdant Anger coming out through. There was also the Spy Vision being activated from Blair, and now that causes a lot more trouble as the Horn Leech moves towards the Venusaur along with the Blissey getting stuck, and Blair quickly takes advantage of it, finds the 2 KOs streak, and FS Esports completely in control. This is what I said. Forge Your Legacy are able to pacify a fight, but they're not winning any of it. So FS Esports on the other end, they're pacifying and winning all of them.
They're trying to deny the
steal!
aggression
Solar
coming from the
beam!
opponents, but what is that? Amazing. Leafeon instantly
Solar
gets killed
boink.
after stealing this advantage. That's good. Again, that situation is going to be true enough that they're trying to pacify the whole notion that they're unable to get the whole control in their favor. Once again, the Regieleki, which was melted by Leafeon, which was actually stolen by him, is now being taken down, and with that, in the mid lane, we'll get to see another contestant coming in. The Gengar is ready. The Revenant is more than ready. The Eos energies are pretty much on a higher note for all the individuals that are there in the game, but really have to see what happens next, because the tier 1 gold zone in the bottom lane is pretty much intact, so they really have to go for it. And on the other corner, the Blaziken and the Speedster already approaching for the top lane, but eventually in the bottom lane we do see another contestant coming in, where Hoopa with the Rings Unbound is absolutely phenomenal, and that Phenom is trying to wreak a lot of havoc, but Leafeon gets KO'd by the Speedster coming in from the opponent. Mew is not going to leave him away, and with that, yes, Mew and the Solar Beam worked out charmlessly. At the same point that the Solar Beam came in, and it's going to be Venusaur who gets the Inteleon out of the equation. These 15 seconds are going to be very vital for the Inteleon to get the right strategy so that they can bounce back in the game. Otherwise, that lead can be crumbled down, and Forge Your Legacy is known to do that.
Oh no, Walk alone was trying to drain the health of Reggie as he needed some other help, but right as now the other players from FS Esports are also here. Chances of stealing are higher. Solar Beam, beams coming through from both the ends, and the beam doesn't secure, it secures from FS Esports' overheat, I guess, from the Blaziken. Unfortunate again, and in the meantime, another Speedster finding another. That's going to be Leafeon going down to the Gengar, causing trouble. This is where Forge Your Legacy, they're just pacifying things, not finding the right KO, but Berserk, hiding, tidy, ready. He's looking forward to maybe even stealing the red buff for himself, and if he does, Volk will be super unhappy, and they still have no idea about it. Dream Eater can do so much damage to a ranged attacker, and it can continuously hit them in case it finds a KO. Multiple Dream Eaters can be seen, but Berserk not giving away his position at all. 20 seconds on the clock. Volk is moving towards him. It comes in, Dream Eater, Solar Beam, but it is not going to be enough. Shadow Ball along with the Dream Eater finds the KO on Volk, also pushes the Gengar to level 13.
What a play coming in from that individual. He's phenomenal right now, but also with the ally of the sixth individual, the Rechiliki, Blaziken and his teammates can be very, very phenomenal. But look at this. That pressure will be created on the top lane goal zone. That is not going to deny anybody for that 100. Yes, with that, 310 is where Team FS Esports is residing at. But now the contestment of that Rayquaza is something which is going to be very, very valuable. And at this point, the Hoopa can be quite precious, to be honest, undeniably, because that hyperspace hole can help them a lot, and also the rings and bond which we are waiting for can really help them a lot. But how to see all those solar beams coming in? Also, the petal dance is something which could have been chosen, but now the solar beams are pretty much here, and we'll get to see how Venusaur is going to get the best out of it. Berserk again hiding, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. A lot of chaos will be coming in. The Speedster will be able to get the best out of it. This is the final stretch. The last 1 minute and 18 seconds.
What?
But it's Blissey. It's Blissey who gets it done. KOs are coming in. It's the Speedster who gets KO'd. Not to start, we'll get to see the Revenant as well. It is a done and dusted match for Team FS Esports. Can't really deny it. But yes, they're trying to get the best out of it. And look at that. 217, the solar beam goes in. It is a match where Team Forge Legacy still can win. 317 leading by 7 points, but can they really get the best out of it? Have to really see. They are patiently waiting, trying to deny, trying to break all those shields. And 417. Oh, it is a very tough match for Team FS Esports to retaliate from here. Bombers of those 100 goals are getting in the face of FS Esports, and this is a match where Team Forge Legacy is undeniably going to go for a land.
30 seconds on the clock, but the rings unbound being used from Hoopa towards the top path. If they did towards the bottom, the score could have been done. Right as now, Volk hiding, his solar beam connects, but the Dream Eater, it comes through. Volk needs to run away, his teammate comes through as well. The Leafeon trying to do damage. Berserk is still hiding in the tall grasses. They have the idea about it. Leaf Blade as well. Solar beam again hitting. There's 14 seconds on the clock. They need to find a way to score. There's only a difference of 250 which can be pushed through, but time on the clock is not going to be there. They still manage to find the KO. They're trying to go in for a score. A 32 comes through, but the 44 from Revenant does not work. Furia is still fighting, making sure Forge or Legacy gets the victory. FS Esports, a great effort, a great turmoil that they went through, but Forge or Legacy, what a fight. Especially if you remember the first game, Furia on that Leafeon was the first one to get KO'd. This time Furia is the first one to find the KO on the side of FS Esports, and that is the reason Forge or Legacy had a chance to win that game. But also Blissey finding that last hit, went for a Bliss assistance, and immediately I think even used the egg bomb coming through, and that got the secure of a Rayquaza. Imagine an egg bomb to secure.
Wow. I mean, a supporter doing that much is absolutely amazing at that point. What a play coming in from the individuals of Team Forge Legacy. A combined effort from that team, and those solar beams coming in from Mew and Volk was absolutely chaotic. Like, throughout the game, we did saw a lot of solar beams utilized. And also, if you talk about the tank, I somehow lost the track of Doc, what he was trying to do mid lanes and also in the later parts. But yes, that Leafeon got KO'd multiple times by Berserk coming in from the FS Esports. But still, at the end, where the initial head start was in the favor of Team FS Esports, it all got stolen. The whole charm of FS Esports got dusted by the players of Team Forge Legacy, and with that advantage, yes, now Forge Legacy is going to go straight up in the fight with True Gravity in the LAN event.
Upper bracket finals it is for Forge Your Legacy. A great game coming in, as you can see from Volk as well as Ruben. 95,000 damage and 74,000. Artist here, you can immediately see the recovery difference because he had the soft boil as well as the egg bomb coming through. He was healing his teammates, pushing it to the close of 60,000. Doc as well, damage taken 60,000 coming through, but Furia was phenomenal on 70,000 damage. But kudos to Size as well, because I think his early stacking was super beneficial. You could see how much more confident he was in the fights he took as an all-rounder, and went right in the opponent's faces. He was able to put a lot more damage on his attack. Berserk also with the Dream Eater and Shadow Ball played very well, but it was not enough. The effectiveness of Blair and Size was out of the world. Once I feel like Forge Your Legacy was able to separate Blair as well as Size, that's where the game changed. If Blair and Size, the Inteleon as well as Blaziken, played together, I think Forge Your Legacy's chances would have looked very dim.
Definitely, I mean, there was a very big notion that Forge Your Legacy could have lost the game, but eventually in the later stages, the way they pick up the pace, the way they were able to establish their own dominance was absolutely phenomenal. Look at this, the graph will actually get you the idea of how it all started and where it actually went. I mean, initially, yes, it was Forge Your Legacy which was trying to keep the track of the score coming in from FS Esports. Even if FS Esports was able to get the best out of those Regis, and eventually they were able to get a lot of Regiais and Regielekis in the favor, but initially those two Regieleki completely shifted the whole momentum, and due to that, things started to fall off.
Yeah. Towards the end of it, I think Forge Your Legacy knew what was going wrong and how to make the secures happen. There was also a chance where they, I think, lost one of the secures towards the bottom path fight, but I think it's kind of okay for them. That is the Reggie Ice that they lost. Top Reggie Aliki, I think I don't have much questions because Blaziken, he was just taking that away. And I'm told about it. In the early 0 to 4 minutes, stacking is super crucial. Sai said, okay, I've not been able to get it. This time he gets 5 stacks done in 0 to 4 minute mark. That gave him the boost. But I think towards the end, that dunk of 100 could have been kept to not an complete dunk and a goal destruction, right? They could have gone in for maybe a 98 or something of those sorts, making sure that the goal zone was still there towards the end, and maybe things could have different. But FS Esports tried their best, forged a legacy. I think they kept their calm towards the end and made it work. And especially that chaotic fight, in that chaotic fight, we will witness it here again. You cannot presume who gets the last hit. It is not a sure shot last hit at all times. And when there is such a big chaos happening, you saw that pushed in Walk towards the legendary pit. There was Rayquaza itself doing damage to the players of Forge Your Legacy, but there was still that Bliss assistance that came in at the right moment to save Walk as well as save the team from losing Rayquaza.
I mean, that small play coming in from that Blissey was absolutely amazing. To be honest, at that moment, as you said, in that chaos, amidst that chaos, you can't really deny or you can really judge what you have to do and how you can really perform. You have to dump those unites and all. Obviously, I mean, even in the Reggie Leaky fights, beat the Reggie Leaky fight or the Reggie Ice fight, definitely we got to see a lot of chaos. But look at this. This is what you were talking about. A lot of unites being dumped over there, and eventually at the end, that Bliss assistance definitely was absolutely phenomenal for the individuals of team. Forge Legacy. FS Esports on the other corner was also very close to melting it down, but eventually if they could have got that advantage, they could have really got their opponent in their favors. But now the player of the game is actually going to be the individual known as Volk from Team Forge Legacy, who was playing onto Venusaur, and those solar beams were absolutely chaotic. Pretty close to 95,000 damage coming in, actually 96 to be honest. But yes, what a play from this individual. Thanks to the plays coming in from Venusaur, Mew, and also that Blissey, things started to change for the players of Team Forge Legacy in the later stages, and as we do see, they are the victorious one.
I think this time a decision was done that they did not give us a chance of a full-time support player who kind of teleports our teammates back to base. So we need one constant healer on one of our Pokemons, and they did it towards Walk, made sure that the Blissey was always with him. That worked out really well. It was super efficient, and you could see, right, we used the Bliss assistance always, I think, was used on Walk itself. Even towards that fight to Regieleki, they did lose it, but still the damage was being done. And one thing I did like, Forge Your Legacy were all not always a level above, or there was not a level big difference between themselves and the players of FS Esports. So even if they went down, they did not give away a lot more experience. And constantly there was not one Pokemon who was going down. It was only the fight between Berserk and Furia where Berserk was winning in the early stages, but it's something towards the end that they had to pay attention to. Even the last fight, I think if you would have put it in slow motion, we could have seen, I still feel like it might have been the Bliss assistance itself finding the secure. So to Bliss assistance finding a secure like that as a unite, I am completely mind boggled, bamboozled to see such a secure coming through. But this is what Pokemon Unite is all about. It's expect the unexpected. Expecting the unexpected right as now is going to be FS Esports also being pushed to the loser bracket. They're not yet out. They still have a chance to move towards the LAN fight. But before that, we will call a short break and see you for the next game very soon.
All right, after the mayhem between the Team Forger Legacy and FSC Sports, we are back again to see what FSC Sports has to do in the next matchup. Because now, up next, we will have to see the lower bracket match where Team Revenant Esports was waiting patiently for their name of the opponent, but now they have got it. It's going to be FSC Sports, and one who is casting with me is going to be Necros. My name is Jada. Necros, how are you, and what are you expecting from this match?
I mean, keeping my expectations aside, I really just want to have a recap of what happened. I mean,
Okay.
a Blissey securing the Rayquaza with the Bliss assistance. It's definitely something that nobody would have imagined. Like, how can you just take a Rayquaza secure just by having a Bliss assistance for yourself? But once again, if you talk about the expectations I'm having, the low bracket seems to be very much interesting because you have got not only one but two big names already who are like they seem to dominate on the upper brackets. But again, it's Team Griffin, FSC Sports, Revenant, Clown 5. All of those teams are just fighting it out to secure the slots for the LAN, because we will have two matches today and last two matches of this playoffs, because the other matches that you see, that is lower bracket round 4, the lower bracket finals, the upper bracket finals, and the grand finals of India Open 2023, it will be played in Delhi in a LAN venue where you will be sitting in front of your favorite fans or the audience, and you will be playing Pokemon Unite. And that's after the previous year's India Open, it's going to be the second time we will be witnessing. But if you talk about this upcoming match, Raider, Revenant Esports, a newly formed team, and we can see Crowley as Burzum making a comeback in the roster after the matches that they had previously.
Well, we really have to see how Revenant is going to step up, because yesterday, yes, they did wonders against their opponent, but right now, yes, these stakes are quite high because, again, another experienced team, FSC Sports, who already has got that momentum, they lost by a margin. That Rayquaza advantage, if it could have been in their favor, and even if the Rayquaza could have been denied throughout the way, I believe it could have been a match of FSC Sports, but what is done is already done. So Revenant Esports versus LFP, we witnessed a very interesting match yesterday, but now Revenant Esports has to fight back against players like Pardesi, Berserk, Blair, Rook, and Sai. To be honest, Rook has been a phenomenal defender till now, and eventually, if we talk about Berserk and Pardesi, they're doing their own job of getting those pizzas at the active path, and eventually Blair. Yes, with that attacker, he can really be quite chaotic. So I'm looking forward to see how Kid and the other players like Apple is going to perform from Team Revenant's perspective, because this is a match which can either deny the fact that they're going to stay and fight back for the LAN event, or they are going to get eliminated from the competition, exactly like teams Esports and many more teams like LFP have already
Yep.
been eliminated. For example, we did saw yesterday NDY also getting eliminated. Even before that, SG is already eliminated. So in a bunch of 8 teams who have qualified and 2 teams who are invited, we are left with just one invited team, and a little bit more when it comes to the number of teams who have been qualified. For example, we've got Revenant, we have got Griffin, we have got Clown 5 till now, who are still surviving. On the other corner, True Gravity and Forger Legacy have already got their own path set right into their favor for the LAN.
6 teams in the question, with out of which we have already got 2 LAN finalists, or maybe the 2 slots that have been filled up by for the LAN. We are still left with 2 more slots left. Like, if you talk about Revenant Esports, a newly formed team by Crowley, he has got a lot of shuffles, because previously there were a lot of players like Swifty who have been sticking around for a very long period of time. This time they played in the India Open, but they could not qualify for the playoffs. So that's disheartening for players like them not to make it here. But that also shows us and gives us a hint that the upcoming players, those who are coming and playing, they have a lot of potential to show the top Gs that yes, they are capable of. But that being said, we will be moving forward to the draft phase of this very first match of this BO3 series, because Revenant Esports versus FS, it's going to be very, very important. FS, they have just lost a match, and that too in a very, I would say, small margin of error, just by doing a little bit of error, the mistakes that they did, that costed them to drop down to the lower brackets. But now, if they lose this one, Raider, they're just out.
Yeah. It's pretty much done and dusted if they lose this one. That's why the bans are quite accurate. I mean, if FSC Esports is sticking with the ban of Mew in the previous matchup, also they were trying to stick with it. There were some Zacian bans also coming in, but eventually, if you talk about the first choice of Pokemon, it could have been a Hoopa, but they decided to go with the Inteleon because Blair was absolutely adamant on the fact from the start of this day that he is going to take that Hoopa to its peak, and eventually, if you talk about the current scenario, it's going to be the situation where he's going to stick with the Inteleon. But a Hoopa will be coming in, but that too from the opponents. It's going to be Revenant who is going to get it done and dusted. It's Goku who has got that Hoopa and a Leafeon. That is a Speedster coming in from kids' perspective. Pardesi and Berserk again going to stick with their own terms. I believe Berserk can actually go with the Speedster. Rook again sticking with his own approach of a beautiful Slowbro. That is going to be a Defender.
I mean, if you talk about FS, they are very much picky about what they will secure as the, decide as their own composition. So they have to be very much accurate because this is like a do or die match. Every match that they will play, it's like a do or die because if they lose, they might just lose the momentum. While Burzum, as Crowley will be going with the Blasters and Tensei sticks with the Umbreon. A double defender composition coming up from the side of Revenant Esports, and I wonder what Apple is going to pick. Probably a long range attacker should be much more suitable, like a Mew. It has already been banned, but so it seems that we might be seeing a Venusaur as well. But Berserk sticking with that Zoroark once again.
Well, Berserk definitely is going to go with the Speedster because it's really crucial for them to give the best out of it right now. So again, whichever guy is very best with the Speedster, who's very best with the Defender is going to stick with it, and that's exactly what we witnessed right now. We have got every single type of Pokemon coming in from the individuals of FSC Esports. On the other corner, Revenant is going to stick and be a little bit more dependent on the frontline attackers that are the defenders, like Kid is going to go with the Blastoise, and on the other corner, Tensei is going to go with the Umbreon. And Burzum, okay, that's interesting. Crowley is going to play with the Speedster. Really have to see how that unfolds.
Oh man, if you talk about Leafeon, it has been valuable, but every time I see an Urshifu in the composition, it scares me a little bit because I don't know if it is only me or it's just the Urshifu, because whenever I come to cast the match and I see an Urshifu, that team... let's not go there.
Okay.
Let's not go there. That should
we
be,
go for the best, guys.
Yeah. Best of luck, Revenant.
Okay. Yes, said it. Like, if you have taken Urshifu, you are actually on a chance where you might actually lose. So, best of luck coming in for Team Revenant Esports from a beloved caster.
At least from my side. At least from my side. Because every time I come and cast and I see an Urshifu, that team somehow manages to lose that particular match or maybe the series. So, I really don't know. It's just me or it's just the game.
So, you want to swap with Lucifer? I mean, for this match?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, guys, let's stick with it. And yeah, we are patiently waiting on the timer to come, where 10 minutes are going to be very valuable. And in those 10 minutes, we'll get to see how the play goes on, how the performance goes in from both the particular teams. Because FSC Esports is the only last remaining team who has been invited in this competition. Other than that, when you talk about Team Revenant Esports, a big name where the players are trying to stick up, the players are trying to perform. Let's see how the performance goes in.
Exactly, this is the start, and as we just see, we see a lot of EVs, like cute little EVs. It seems in this very starting that they're so cute and that can be pampered, but when they evolve with those Umbreon and those Griffin, they can be very much deadly to your position. And specifically, if you talk about placing and looking forward to those early stacks in FSC Sports, they wouldn't have any problem with that. They want to make sure that all those bunnies goes in their favor because they need those early stacks as much as possible. And even see used to be Goku trying to stop it, but still we can see Peas going with those stacks without any kind of problems. He will be getting those constant healings from the side of Pardesi at this moment. Pardesi trying to support him as much as possible. But at this early stance, Revenant has to make sure that if the Blaziken levels up very fast, it can be very much problematic. But also, the Zoroark is into the question, so you have to be double cautious in these cases.
I mean, this match is one of those matches where the things can go wild for Team FSC. So it's already losing a match against Pojo Legacy, but did saw how chaotic that particular team can be. Once again, if you talk about the alternative swap blues, the Revenant is trying to get the best out of it, and those Hoopa hyperspace holes can be very interesting to watch out for. And look at this, on the top lane, we do see a complete stack up coming in between that Squirtle, the Water Turtle to be precise, and now they're going to dump all those goals. So they're trying to destroy the tier 1 goal zone on the top lane. But at the same point, if you talk about the contestment, the Zoroark, the Speedster comes in, trying to clutch it out, trying to get the best out of it. Another set of 4. At this point, Burzum and his teammates are definitely trying their level best to get a lot of goals in their favor and also get as many SKOs as possible. They're trying to farm out the mid lane in the opponent's goal zone area. So that is going to be very interesting how that approach is going to work out. But a stack up between Zoroark, the Cumbuskin and the Blissey is going to be very interesting to watch. Revenant already with a lead of, if I'm not wrong, 44 points, but now that lead is just going to get increased a lot. I believe somewhere around interesting points will be coming in. Oh, there you go. Blissey will be going for another set of goals, but there will be a KO. It is going to be the Leafeon coming in from Revenant Esports. That means Burzum has to wait a little longer before he performs the way he wants to.
I mean, allowing FS Esports, like allowing Revenant Esports to invade the jungle and steal your buffs, it's definitely not allowing, but we were not able to contest against them. It has given a lot of opportunities for Revenant to level up faster. We can see the Leafeon on level 8, which is definitely a big danger sign, or I would say a big problem that might arise for the side of FS Esports. With this Altarian swap will be very important with who can take it home. It seems the War Turtle is doing wonders in these cases, and it all goes in the favor of Revenant Esports, while FS Esports just stares and watches it go away from their hands. But in 5 more seconds, we will be seeing both the Reggie spawn in the top and the bottom lane respectively, as it seems FS Esports are more interested in the bottom lane fight, while the Reggie Nikki will be easily, it seems to be going in the favor of Revenant Esports until unless BC does some wonders, but it won't happen because the Reggie Nikki will be pushed towards the tier 1 goal zone of FS Esports. But an instant teleportation coming up from the side of Hoopa, but won't make it in time as Inteleon gets this Reggie in their favor of FS Esports.
Well, FS Esports trying to retaliate and trying to get the best out of it, but look at this. The bottom lane tier 1 goal zone is already destroyed. Even in the top lane, we do see a complete control coming in from the individuals of team Revenant Esports, but now the aggression is also paying out for the players of team FS Esports. Like, they have completely stacked up. Blaziken and the Blissey is trying to get the best out of it, and eventually Blissey is going to completely fall back to their base and eventually come back once again. Kid again trying to level up as fast as possible. We do see the Leafeon already getting the best out of it at level 10. He is one of those Pokemon who has got the best level in this particular matchup. I mean, it's on peak. Urshifu on the other corner as an all-rounder can be very good heavy hitter right now, and he's trying to get the best out of it as well. Stacking up with Hoopa can be very valuable. He has got the purple and orange buff, which is again going to be an added advantage. But the Inteleon and the Zorak is going to come in the effort and eventually get that KO. It was a very important one, and that's exactly what they're able to get. Look at this. The momentum is being shifted, but that Hyperspace Hole is going to deny the whole fact that they might actually get the control of the top lane. And look at this. Now the Pokemons are coming out of that Hyperspace Holes, and Blastoise is also here. But that Blissey is about to get killed. That's what I feel. And there you go.
The counter attack coming up from the side of Revenant Esports, it's pretty dominant. I mean, for 1 second I really thought that that tier 1 goal zone will be destroyed, but look at the counter attack, all the scores, big scores coming in. Blaziken is completely helpless at this point, and that being said, both the tier 1 goals on the top and bottom lane of FS Esports have already been reached by Revenant Esports, and it seems they are literally dominating the top tier. I would say the top lane control from the side of Revenant is completely, I would say, remarkable, because at this point FS Esports, they're completely unable to find any value on the top, and again we see the complete stack of Revenant going on the top to secure this Reggie can push it towards the tier 2 goal zone on the top lane against FS Esports. But is it going to happen that easily? Because it seems everybody will be jumping as Umbreon is trying to distract and buy some time. Zorok swoops in with the Unite, but Blastoise secures it with the Hydro Typhoon, and instantly the Reggie will be pushed towards FS Esports at this point.
Multiple KOs coming in. We do see Urshifu doing a phenomenal job. Oh, look at this! With the Rings and Bound, what a play coming in. They're trying to destroy the tier 2 goal zone coming in the bottom lane. That can be very risky for Team Revenant Esports, because in the later stages, if the final stretch time can push them to go for a goal, they have to reach out to the base lane goal zones, and that is going to be really very tricky for them to play with. But right now, if we talk about Pardesi, he's getting cornered. This is not looking good. Umbreon is trying to stack him up, and let's see what he can really do with the bombs are coming in. Umbreon again trying to get the best out of it. He's trying to corner it out. The Leafeon goes in. He's definitely going to find a KO, and there you go. A KO comes in. And with that, Revenant Esports is still looking very dominant. Blaster is hiding in the grass, but once again keeping back so that the health is going to be quite adamant. And on the top lane, we'll get to see a tanker trying to fight back against the speedster, which is going to be Zorak.
At this point, it seems Revenant, they have the complete control over the entire Thiaskai ruins, but Blair, with the 40 score, is just trying to go a little bit defensive. Zoroark just trying to save the towers is just completely miserable at this point. He cannot go for those first, frontal attacks or backline invasion at this point. just trying to defend the goal zone is what he's capable of at this point, because Umbreon is going for the one small scores, but Inteleon again secures a rejoice for the side of FS Esports. But while Zoroark is going for the 40 big scores, Urshifu will invade and stop it no matter what. But the tier 2 goal zone has been taken down by Revenant, and what a sheer domination coming up from these lads. It seems that FS Esports, they have nothing to answer with.
I mean, there is a situation where Rayquaza might be in the favor of Team FS Esports, and that is something which can change the whole trajectory of the game. But again, the 6th ally, the Regieleki, will be coming in pretty soon. Alternate Swablu being contested, and it's going to be Apple who is going to get the best out of it. I do feel that once again the contestment is going to be quite surreal for Team FS Esports, and it's going to be a very tough, hard-fought battle if they really win it. But Blastoise and Umbreon pretty much ready. Once again, the Hyperspace Souls are active, and with that, the Hoopa will be coming in. The Regieleki is now at the concern. Umbreon goes in. Blastoise is also trying to get the best out of it, and look at that, the rapid spin can actually help him. Moving forward, I have to see who is going to take this advantage. It is going to be a Leafeon coming in, completely denying the effort coming in from the Esports. He was starting trying to melt it down, but now it is going to be the Regieleki which is going to be in favor of Team Revenant Esports. And not just that, the firing Blaziken has also been taken down, and all-rounder again getting to the dest is something which is going to be quite scary for the players of Team FS Esports.
That Leafeon is literally annoying at this point for FS Esports, but look at that Urshifu. He was going for the 45, even the tier 2 goal zone is very much vulnerable at this point. It's a good opportunity for them to go for the score, but they want to face it. They want to go with the Rayquaza meltdown, at 68 score coming up from the side of FS Esports to keep themselves alive in this competition. It seems the Inteleon has been taken down. If Blissey goes down, everything will end at this point. The Hyperspace Soul, sorry, the Rings is Bound has been already unleashed while Blaziken will be running away. He has got no other option.
Shifu.
He will be chasing him down, and instantly the KO comes in as Rayquaza gets in the favor of FS Esports. He was able to steal it, and he's getting those KOs that was needed, but will they be able to make those scores possible, as both of the players of FS has been taken down? That's one is Blaziken and another one is Blissey. But what is Blair doing? He needs to go for the score, he needs to do something, but he's the only one having the shield.
Oh, the only individual who's got it in his favor, but look at this. The way Revenant Esports is trying to safeguard their goal zone is absolutely mesmerizing, but he still was able to get 96 goals in their favor, but that's not enough. Blair is now getting cornered. He's definitely going to get KO pretty soon. He gets another set of 4 AOs energy, but there you go. The KO will be coming in. 300 to 575. There is a lead of 275 goals coming in from the players of Team Revenant Esports. Can't really deny that lead, and at the same point, the thing that I was talking about initially, that Team Revenant Esports have destroyed all the 4 tier 1, tier 2 goal zones coming in. So that's why they have to go for the baseline goal zone if they really want to secure something favorable in their favor. But look at the approach. Hoopa is sticking with Leafeon because they do know if they have a stance where all of the players are going to be all aggressive, they have to TP back. And for that reason, the Hyperspace Holes can be very effective. And Hoopa, that Leafeon, can be very, very beneficial. But look at this, look at this. Another set of 200 goals could be coming in pretty soon. But the Zoroark goes in, trying to TP back, but Hoopa gets 52. And with that, another set of 44 will be coming in from Team FS Esports. But it's a match where Revenant Esports is going to be phenomenal. Do whatever you want to go with, but you really have to get at least 300 points in your favor for Team FS Esports if that team wants to come back stronger in the game. But no, it is going to be a match of Revenant Esports. They're coming one step closer to their land ticket.
I mean, even after Berserk got that Rayquaza, the way Revenant capitalized on that scenario, destroying the shields, getting the KOs, stopping them to go for the scores. Just imagine if anyhow 5 of the players of FS were alive, this results could have turned out to be in a different manner. The results could have been a lot different. But if you see the amount of assists that the Hoopa did, 10 assists on the scoreboard already, providing us so much support to Burzum as well as Apple at this point. Because if you see this time, I will be very happy, Raider, because finally I'm seeing an Urshifu making a big move and winning the match when I am casting.
Yeah. Okay, congratulations on that, buddy. But yes, Apple, a lot of crucial picks coming in from his corner. He has just got 6 KOs, but those KOs came in at the moment when the team needed the most. Remember, Rayquaza was melted down. The other team had the advantage, and at that point, this all-rounder had to perform, and he did. He was able to get a KO streak of, if I'm not wrong, 2 good KOs, and with that, Zoroark was the only one which was left with the shield in his favor. He was able to get those 96 goals done, dusted in the top lane tier 2 goal zone, but that was not enough because the lead was already quite high. We were looking like a situation, we had a situation where Team Revenant was already having somewhere around 570 goals in their favor. So to really come back, FS Esports had to dump at least 200, 300 more goals. And in order to deny that, yes, we did saw a complete change of pace coming in. And I love the way Burzum went with Goku in the top lane, in the baseline goal zone through the top lane, to be honest, against Team FS Esports, because they knew if a lot of players are going to pressure on the tier 2 goal zones, maybe in the top lane or in the bottom lane. And if the team demands with that Hoopa hyperspace hold, we can really TP back to the base and then come back even stronger with the higher amount of HP and the right angles to play with, and we will get the best out of it. So Revenant had everything covered in their favor. Congratulations to them. They have got a lead, but still a long way to go if they really want to secure the land.
They need at least one more win, and we know that even in like fractions of seconds anything can change. Like if you talk about the Rayquaza situation, I really thought that Revenant, they had got so many KOs, almost like taking down the Blissey as well. There was no chance that even FS would manage to get the Rayquaza in their favor, but Berserk did it. But if you just see, every time the Regieleki came in, FS Esports were completely unable to secure it. They got two Rejoice in their favor, but you know the difference, if it goes still this much high just before the final stretch starts, and we just talk about if it just stays like that, and all the players who had their own shields after the Rayquaza securation goes down, there's nothing more that we can do. But definitely the player of the game will be Burzum from the side of Revenant Esports, and there is no doubt, because the 8 knockouts and the amount of damage he did with that Leafeon and with the Solar Blade boings, it was literally remarkable.
Amazing, no doubt in that. Burzum, as a player who has got that experience in his favor, was able to work it out way too fruitfully, to be honest. Amazing scores,
Mhm.
amazing knockouts, and also when you talk about the damage, it was also quite amazing. Look at this, 63,000 is approximate amount of damage that he was able to dish out. With that, definitely he's going to be the player of the game. Crowley, now Burzum, being the giant in this particular match for Team Revenant Esports. When Revenant really wanted to step up, this guy was able to be capable enough to really uplift that kind of spirit. Because remember, guys, from the start, after losing a battle between True Gravity versus Revenant Esports in the winner bracket round number 2, we really had a very disheartening feel why Revenant is losing the way they are losing right now. But eventually in the lower bracket round 2, they were able to beat LFP, learn from past, and with that now they're beat Team FS Esports because they are pretty close to it, to be honest. A 1-0 lead already coming in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. It's all about the situation where Team FS Esports, if they are able to come up with the lead or come up with an equalizer in the second match, maybe things will change. But other than that, Revenant Esports has already got that early lead that they really wanted to go with. And the best part is that they were able to break that momentum of FS Esports while they were fighting in the first match of the day against Team Forge Legacy. So that momentum has been broken, and Team Revenant Esports, I do feel as a caster that they are ready with every strategy. Actually, they were ready in the first match, to be honest, be it the situation where they're trying to score the goals, or they were trying to melt down the Rayquaza, or they were trying to get the best out of the Regieleki key. Those Hoopa plays was absolutely amazing. In this match, either Team FS Esports can go with the Hoopa, or they can deny it by banning it in the draft phase.
Yeah, if I was one of those teams, yeah, Hoopa is only the big annoying thing I'm gonna ban, because the amount of time he cuts out for the rotation and instantly with his hyperspace hole.
No,
But you have to give credits to the entire team of Revenant once again, because the
definitely.
way they had put up the show and got the value every time their team needed it. Not only just pressurizing or the opponents to force back and go back and defend their goal zones, but also suppressing those powerful Pokemons like Basican and Zoroark to their limits. They
Hmm.
were not able to perform up to the mark, only because the way Reverend were pushing them with those objectives, especially the Regieleki, completely time after time it was getting spawned. It was already getting pushed on the top tier zone. So you have to be the one to defend against it, and using the opportunity every time Revenant were getting suppressed, or they were about to get like facing a lot of chaos. We saw that counter attack coming up from their side. Kudos to Hoopa with those hyperspace hole and those rings and bound
Yeah.
coming into the right time, making the play, getting those high scores, so that it actually signifies that how much domination that they did in this entire match. Because even after we saw Berserk securing the Rayquaza, there was no players left to go for the score. It was only Berserk, and he could have only got just 98 scores for himself in
Yeah.
that last moment, and that's it. He could not do anything more than that.
I mean, he tried to go for 4 more, and he was able to get it, but eventually got KO'd. And there was nothing that the whole team could have really went for. They tried to actually go for a whole push onto the, if I'm not wrong, tier 2 goal zone in the bottom lane, and then they tried to approach for the baseline goal zone as well. But eventually it didn't work out, because on the other corner we did saw Hoopa Leafeon trying to go for their own base goal zone. That's why Zorak had to TP back so that he could deny that. But eventually that also didn't work out. They were able to score another set of, if I'm not wrong, 140 goals approximately. Like that was the scoreline where team Revenant was sitting in the later stages as well. So 675 goals from Team Revenant Esports in the first match, and 444 from Team FSC Esports. Definitely a close matchup, but at the end, I really have to say from the start, it was Team Revenant Esports which was trying to set up the score, and on the other corner, it was Team FSC Esports which was trying to chase it down. And in that fashion, yes, FSC Esports was lacking a lot when you talk about the players coming in of those Intellions. I really did not saw a lot of Intellion like snapshots coming in, and eventually a lot of KOs were not there from the corner. But let's see what FSC Esports is going to do this time. They are sitting in the purple corner. They are the one who is going to choose the first Pokemon. Zacian is something which is going to get banned from the place of Team Revenant Esports on the other corner. It could be a Mew, it could be a Hoopa, but I feel it could be a Mew. Basically, denying those solar beams is going to be the case, because from the other team, Team Revenant, you might see Goku or Burzum eventually picking that Mew, and they can be quite chaotic with it.
This time it looks very, very much important. FS Esports, it's a do or die. If they lose it, if they lose right here in the draft as well, like I won't say lose, but if they go for some wrong picks which might not give a lot of effect to Revenant, it can cause a lot of trouble. But this time Pardesi decides we are not going to let Hoopa slip away from our hands and give it to Revenant, because they have caused a lot of trouble. But instantly Revenant, they decide to go with that Umbreon and Inteleon pick, not allowing those snipe shots of the liquidation damage to go in the hands of FS, because it annoyed the Leafeon a lot. But Berserk this time gets an opportunity and completely secures the Leafeon and not to let it slip away from his hands.
But right now, really have to see what Apple and Goku are going to pick, because they can really deny a lot of stuff. But being the supporter for the team, I think it might get changed. Oh no, it gets confirmed. Comfy coming in. Comfy. This will be a very interesting approach coming in from the individuals of Team Revenant Esports. Either it can break the path or make a very glorious victory for themselves. Apple on the other corner is going to stick with the Zorak. And now a Chandelier. Meanwhile, maybe getting confirmed by a player, and a tank is going to be the Blastoise for the individuals of FSC Esports. And yes, as the attacker, they will have the Chandelier. And we might actually see another defender coming in, and it is going to be Kid who is going to go with the Lapras. So there you go. 5 Pokemons from both the particular teams are pretty much here. And picking up a Comfrey definitely surprises me as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that is going to unfold.
Apple has to find a lot of value, because what I assume is that Goku will be sticking with Apple on the top lane, or probably in those crucial fights, to find Apple a lot of value to help him as much as he can. Again, this kind of move might be very, very much squishy for the side of Revenant. If it works out, it can create definitely a big impact. But if you talk about FS, they have brought in the Chandelier, which means that the imprison and the overheat will annoy the players of Revenant a little bit. That after hit effect will be burning them a little bit more as compared to what happens if you talk about the solar beam. This after heat effect will actually give a little bit of advantage for the side of FS Esports, so that they can go for some more damages. But it seems this match will have a lot more stories, a lot of more important things to show us and to tell us.
I'll definitely have to see how the whole scenario is going to get covered from here, because again, that Comfy pick is something that I'm still skeptical about, but I really have to see how these experienced guys from Team Revenant are going to bring the best out of it. Lapras on the other corner is going to be a very interesting defender. Obviously he's going to, I guess, evolve a little bit slower as compared to his counterparts. But then again, when you talk about the damage being dealt from Lapras, I am looking forward to see how in the later stages that can be beneficial for the individuals of Team Revenant Esports. But there you go, the match gets started. This could be the final match for Team FS Esports, or this could be a situation where they might bring in the decider as well. The Squirtle, and along with that, Hoopa trying to go for the top lane. On the other corner, in the mid lanes, we will get to see another evolving trying to get the best out of it. It's going to be the Chandelier who is just trying to get the best out of it. And in the lower lane, in the bottom lane, we'll get to see the Slowbro and the Eevee trying to evolve as fast as possible.
The early stacks have always helped Revenant. We can just get an example from the previous match itself. So stacking for the Leafeon works wonders for the side of Revenant. The Squirtle had got a good chance to come up with those early stacks without any kind of problem. And even Hoopa will join the party with himself, as FSC Sports they look very confident with the pick that they have at this point. The Apple and that kind of Comfy composition, this is going to make a lot of impact. The slow smoke was deployed by Comfy, but eventually Pardesi is healing himself up, passing himself up, not just letting the momentum slip away from his hands, while Zoroark also needs to be very cautious. He has to be very, very picky if they want to go for those early stacks and get those early KOs in his name.
Definitely has to come up with the best effort coming in right now, and we do see the alternate Shaw Blue coming as the contest. Hoopa will be coming out, and eventually if we talk about Apple, has to go with the Citrus Berry so that he can heal himself. Once again, the combination of that Zorak and Comfy can be immensely valuable, but looking forward to see how valuable it can be, because in the Legendary Pit we might see pretty soon a contestant coming in for the alternate Shaw Blues as well. But in the top lane, we will get to see an immense amount of pressure being delivered by the War Turtle as well, because 36 good goals have already been delivered. Revenant out the other corner is trying to evolve. Okay, there you go. War Turtle is now evolved from Squirtle. So let's see if this is going to be beneficial on the other corner. Once again, Kid comes in with the damage, but it is going to be a KO on Team Revenant's player, but Slowbro will be able to completely deny it and eventually get the trade.
At this point, it seems that Hyperspace was again making that. I always say that Hoopa has always been a one-of-a-kind supporter which you cannot just ignore at any point of time. But again, it's finding value one after the other. At this point, even Zorak steps in, might just be a little bit fruitful, dodges the solar blade damage, but that overheat. Look at them burning. All the players will be falling back because Chandelier is there, just trying to hold off the back of the Steel Wood Gold Zone in the bottom lane. Seems a lot of scores still happening on the top lane. Raptor still seems to be pretty dominant against Sportle at this point.
Well, indeed, in the bottom lane, we'll get to see a lot of contestment, but once again, Lapras, Inteleon, and along with that, the Hoopa combination will be working out for the FSC Sports as well. But there we go, they're trying to score and stack a few more goals, and they were able to be capable enough, and they were able to come up with a score of 75 right now. Hoopa with the Hyperspace was quick enough, but eventually nobody was able to completely deny the fact that Apple and his teammate, Comfy, was able to get the best out of it. Again, the Hyperspace holes can be quite chaotic, as Team Revenant Esports was able to get the best out of it. Even Team Forge Legacy against Team FSC Sports did wonders. But look at this, multiple KOs could be coming in, and indeed we did saw Hoopa getting KO'd. With that, the tier 1 gold zone is completely destroyed, and also if we talk about the Inteleon, he goes in for another set of 30, but the Reggie Rock is going to get melted away by the individuals of Team FSC Sports. Inteleon, the 6 LI, and there you go, Lapras gets it done.
That Hoopa getting taken down brought a lot of value for the side of FSC Sports. They were able to function on Apple the way he's stepping in with that Comfy attached to him. It was supposed to work like this only, but eventually the Chandelier needs to get picked up. That overheat as the Imprison will create a lot of impact. Even had been committed by the side of Umbreon, Leafeon as well. But instantly, Inteleon comes up with the Spy Vision, gets a 4 KO already on the top lane, and also Comfy unlocks its Unite, giving all the heals to his allies. But with that being said, there is still 7 more score that they need to do. But it seems they're looking for an overdung, as the Regieleki has already made this tower very much vulnerable. All the players seem to be backing off from this position because they are quite aware any kind of overcommitment might cause them a lot at this moment, because Revenant, they have already made a very good difference for themselves on the top.
I mean, there is already a very significant lead, like 98 points is what I'm looking at between FSC Sports and Revenant. They might actually increase it by actually going to the bottom lane tier 1 gold zone, and that's exactly what Umbreon is trying to go with. But I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be beneficial. But oh, look at that, Zorak again trying to achieve the best. Let's see if he can really get that out. Umbreon on the other corner gets KO'd by the overheat coming in from Chandelier, which was not good enough for those individuals, because the leveling up scenario is still a little bit on the slower note. Even the Hoopa got KO'd in a jiffy, and with that, in the mid lanes, we'll get to see a contestment for the orange and purple buff for the individuals of Team Revenant Esports Apple, and that's exactly what they were able to get it. Like a orange buff coming in their favor. It's going to be valuable enough. But now, let's see what happens next, because Revenant Esports, with that lead in their favor, they're definitely looking phenomenal. This pause can actually change a lot of things for Team FSC Esports as well, because these are those small momentum bursters which can help Team Revenant Esports to either win or re-strategize, and also Team FSC Esports is also going to do the same. They are going to re-strategize once again, because a lot of things for them personally are going wrong. Beat the Hoopa Hyperspace Souls, because they are trying to come up with it, but eventually the players are not near enough that they can eventually help the players who are trying to get the contestant in the top lane. And as you said from the start, it is Team Revenant Esports who is looking absolutely dominant in the top lane.
I mean, Revenant, specifically if we talk about the level difference that they have made, Chandelier is leveling up himself as fast as possible. He's already on level 11 as it seems, and that overheat imprison is creating a lot of impact against Revenant, preventing them to push back away from those goal zones. But instantly, if you talk about Revenant, those Rezuliki factors, pushing them on the top, also making sure that the Rezuliki makes that goal zone vulnerable, going with those big scores and destroying the tower, gave a lot of EXP boost to the side of Revenant Esports, because if we talk about 3 of the Pokemons have already evolved to 11-11. That is Zoroark, Lapras as well as the Inteleon, which was very crucial, specifically for Zoroark to step in and find a lot of value. He's doing what he's best at, and sticking with Comfy probably is one of the best, I would tell that it is one of the most best decisions coming up from the side of Revenant Esports to find a lot more value against Leafeon and Hoopa.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you said, the level buff is something which Team Revenant Esports can really get the best out of. Because on the other corner, you talk about the attackers, you talk about the individuals who are trying to get the best out of it, they are struggling. FS Esports, if you talk about their defender at level 9, even the supporter is at level 9, which is going to maybe punish them a lot in the later stages, but the pause has been resumed, and with that, the action will be resumed as well. I'm looking forward to see how those hyperspace holes and also the rings and bound, the unite coming in from Hoopa is going to be beneficial enough. But Comfy, that combination of a Comfy and Apple has been very fruitful from the start. Those 10 years synergies is what we are looking at when it comes to the next matchup. But again, a pause will be coming in once again, trying to re-strategize, trying to get the gist out of it. But really, Revenant Esports is very close to their victory because they have again got that lead. In just a span of 4 minutes and 44 seconds, we'll get to know who is the champion of this particular matchup, or we are going to see another match in this lower bracket round number 3 match number 1 for the day. Otherwise, FS Esports might actually lose the whole game, but FS Esports, the way they are stepping up, also looks quite easy, quite good to be honest, because they are also trying to get that ease of comfort. They're trying to get some good goals. They're trying to stack up a lot in the top lane. But if the top lane is not working, now they're trying to go with the Regis in the bottom lane. When they had that advantage, they're trying to convert the advantage in their favor by contesting the bottom lane tier 1 goal zone, and they were able to completely destroy it exactly in the fashion when Team Revenant was able to destroy the top lane. So it's good to see that Team FS Esports, if they're getting denied in the top lane, they're contesting the bottom lane and they're getting the best out of it. So this makes sure that the competition is still close enough.
I mean, I really believe that one thing that can make the only difference at this point is going to be the Rayquaza. I mean, it was till then. Till that time, I believe Revenant is going to be the one to have the cruise control of this very match. If they can manage the very same thing that happened in the previous match, that was in the final stretch, finding as many KOs as possible, even after FS Esports were able to secure that Rayquaza, they still did not have the numbers to go for the score. If that thing again continues, that might happen, because Revenant Esports in the previous time as well, the entire fight or the entire match always stays under their control. But in the final stretch, they might make some very small mistakes that can cost them the entire match. So I'm really afraid of that factor if we talk about Revenant. But for FS, I believe they have to focus more on leveling up as fast as possible. There is a lot of time still now for the final stretch, but they have to make sure that they find the best value out of it. Be prepared for the Rayquaza fight.
Be prepared. That final stretch is going to be very valuable enough. And on the same time, if you talk about the current approach, again, melting down that Rayquaza is something that is going to be beneficial. But even before that, the Chandelier goes down. Not just that, the Snow Globe will be also getting picked up. The LI will be coming in. And with that KO, the Lapras will be getting the best out of this moment. And now the tier 2 goal zone is somewhere at the contest. If I'm not wrong, the tier 2 goal zone has also been destroyed. That means now directly to the base lane goal zone. In the bottom lane, we did saw again a control aggression coming in from the players of Team Revenant Esports, and they are looking phenomenal. Now they're trying to contest the bottom lane, and in order to do that, Apple is going to go with a 33 of his own. Comfy is also there with 3 years energy. He can also dump in all those 3. But Hoopa, despite of the fact that the rings and bound came in, the unite has been denied by Apple and his Comfy attachment. What a play coming in from these individuals. Amazing performance from Revenant Esports. They are trying to track every single individual down, and they are putting them down bit by bit. The bottom lane goal zone is about to get destroyed. There is no denial in it. And the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane also gets destroyed. Exactly a similar story as we witnessed in the first match as well. Revenant Esports is dominating from the start, and FS is just trying to chase them out.
They're not interested in melting down the bottom treasure. I don't know why, but They're just looking forward to level themselves up with those balls. There's still 1 minute more time left on the clock. They want to maybe save it for the later stages just before the Rayquaza fight. That can be a good move, because that one Reggie can make a lot of difference for them in the Rayquaza fight, maybe in the final stretch. But Zoroark stepping in, finding a lot more value is what Revenant wanted from a very longer period of time, and they have done it once again. Burzum seems to be just gathering a lot of info, just being a little bit invincible at this point, while not allowing Leafeon to go anywhere near with that hyperspace hole, just getting him completely taken down. And I really want to know how many KOs does at this point Zoroark has, but it seems Burzum is struggling maybe with any kind of ping issues. But Revenant Esports, I really hope that they are prepared for the final stretch fight.
Well, the final stretch fights is something which can change the whole game for even Team FS Esports, but pretty soon we'll get to see that. Like in just 8 seconds we'll get to know what will happen and how the play is going to come in. But Revenant Esports trying to struggle, and with that Intellion being KO'd out, I do feel things might change. Rayquaza has appeared and they're trying to actually get the best out of it, because look at them, the Hoopa United is already here. Hoopa Unite move is already here. The rings are definitely going to be beneficial enough, but oh, Zoroark finds another one. It is going to be a beautiful steal coming in from the Chandelier, and with that, again, it's going to be Revenant Esports who is going to get left untamed and left unavailable with the advantage of that Rayquaza. Right now, FS Esports, can they really dictate on this lead? That's what the big question is all about. The shields are pretty much active. Look at that, 446. The chaos will be coming in. It's a Leafeon who has been out of the equation. The shields are still working out, but now the bottom lane Tier 2 goal zone is what Team Revenant Esports is going to have their eyes on. The Speedster, again with the Comfy, can be very beneficial. Initially, he is going to get the tank out of the equation, which is going to be Rook. And if they get the best out of it, that will be absolutely amazing. Look at that, the KO might be coming in pretty soon, but on the set of 12 goals will be coming in from FS Esports, but this will in turn retaliate with a KO. But look at this, the whole base team goal zone has been guarded. Burzum trying to get the best out of it, but his network issue is definitely punishing him a lot. Unable to do anything at this point, but he is getting the support from his teammates. That's okay. But let's see what will happen. Rock again being absolutely phenomenal. Gets few more KOs. Lapros can easily go for some good scores at this point, because Zorak is on fire. The way he's performing, a lot of unites. But yeah, as you said, he misses it. But Chandelier finds the Umbreon.
Oh, at this point, it's going to be very, very important. Need to find a score. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen that easily. Slowbro is there on the home goal, base goal zone, but the unit comes in and it's all going to be done. Zoroark is barely breathing. He gets the hyperspace, so instantly gets health from the side of Koopa, but one good score is all that is needed. 50 scores commitment coming up from their side, but it's not a value that they're trying to find out. Leafeon gets a 2k, and it's all going home for FS Esports, as it seems they will be coming up with an equalizer. The last minute problems coming up arising for Revenant. It seems that one Inteleon not being present in the final stage made a big impact for the side of Revenant Esports, as we will be moving forward for the decider of which team will stay alive in this India Open 2023.
Well, in two matches, Rayquaza came in the favor of Team FS Esports. The first one got denied. In the second one, Burzum was not that on point when it comes to the performance because of the network issue, I believe. And if the next match, I mean, if the issue has been resolved, I do believe Burzum can be phenomenal. Remember, he was the MVP who was able to secure like somewhere around 250 goals in the first matchup, and due to that, the scoreline was of 675. And also in the start, Team Revenant Esports was able to capitalize a lot. They were able to already go for a score of more than 400 points. In the later stages, due to that Rayquaza advantage, FS Esports started getting the control. They were able to destroy the top lane and the bottom lane tier 2 goal zones as well. They were unable to go for the base lane because they got KO'd a lot. But still, Blair, a phenomenal job from his corner as well. A lot of chaos, to be honest, but eventually I have to give a huge upper hand to Apple, and the Comfy combination that they were able to utilize was absolutely amazing.
Look at the damage of Zoroark, 77,000. No one is close even from the side of FS Esports. Yes, Blastoise did find 50,000 of his damage alongside. If you talk about the healing factor, Hoopa did a wonderful job, especially in the last final moments. And those small scores could have made a big difference in the ending phase from the side of Revenant, but I mean, it's very tough. It's very tough when you have opponents having shield, the Rayquaza shield in the ending phase, specifically for the Blastoise. Apple did try a lot, but Revenant, they will be pretty unhappy with what just happened a few moments ago, and they have to make something very, very much possible in the next decider, because for them as well as for FSC Sports, that one match counts a lot at this moment.
Oh yeah, definitely. That final match will be the decider, as the BO3 situation will be getting completely exhausted after that. This is the last match where we will get to see what will happen between Revenant Esports and FSC Esports. To be honest, a very impressive battle coming in from both the teams. FSC Esports started to catch in the later stages. They had those Reggie Eliki advantages in their favor. I'm talking about Revenant Esports, who had those advantages, but if you talk about the Reggie Rock and also a lot of chaos in the later stages, it was in the favor of team FSC Esports. And also due to that approach, when Intellion got KO'd, they were just focused Pokemon left from Team Revenant Esports, and that too, they were a little bit on the back sides on their own baseline goals. So they were trying to come into the mid lane contest. At that time, it was FSC Esports who was able to get the complete whole scenario in their favor. And if I'm not wrong, it was Chandelier who was able to completely steal the advantage of that Rayquaza for the team. And due to that, yes, it is FSC Esports who got the shields, and then they were able to go for a few more interesting scores in the later stages. If I'm not wrong, at least a 200 plus score was there in the last final stretch. On the other corner, Team Revenant Esports, they had 106, all thanks to that Zorak for that 100. But then again, now the player of the game, it is going to be a different story this time. It is going to be Apple, who is still going to remain as the player of the game because of the score that he was able to come up with, actually the knockouts that he was able to come up with, and playing on the Zorak, he was absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, he's one of the most brilliant players that I've ever seen for Pokemon Unite, definitely. But even after putting so much of a game, I would say it was just not how we imagine it will turn out to be. But eventually, all the things come into the play. He has got good number of knockouts, like 13 knockouts for himself was definitely not an easy job. 30 knockouts in a compy match. We have seen Leafeon going 24, so it's still the highest in India Open 2023. Maybe the second highest number of KOs as of now in India Open 2023 will be there in the name of Apple, but he would have been much more happier if it turned out to be a win for them. But for the next time, I'm sure if it's not a ban of Mew, they will be banning the Zoroark, because that Zoroark made a huge, huge difference when we saw it on Apple this time. So it can be a big threat for the side of FSC Sports in the upcoming decider match.
Well, yeah, definitely is going to be a big factor. Like, if Revenant is able to get that Hoopa control in their favor, that will be amazing. And if they're able to ban it, that is actually going to be the best part. But apart from that, really have to see how FSC Sports is going to evolve in this particular matchup. Because again, I have to stick to that term where Team Revenant is able to set up the score and FS is the one which is chasing it. In the later stages, yes, they were able to come back even strong in the game due to the fact of the issues coming in from Burzum. Otherwise, I do believe things could have been in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They could have not easily let go of that control in the middle pit, in the legendary pit, to be honest, in the mid lanes. So that has already happened. We have already seen the second game in the favor of Team FSC Sports. Now it all trickles down to what happens in the next match, which will be the final of the lower bracket round number 3 match, if I'm not wrong. So this is going to be very interesting to see how the game goes on from here. Is it going to be Revenant Esports or FSC Sports? The storyline is actually getting very, very anticipated, because that is the exact situation that we witnessed between FSC Sports and Forger Legacy in this winner bracket as well. So again, trickling down to the third match in the BO3, that is definitely going to hype me up a lot, because again, the excitement is quite high. Really don't know what is going to happen, but there is one thing that is pretty much clear, that Team Revenant Esports once again would want to start with the domination in the start, and then eventually Team FSC Sports will start to chase them off. Maybe again the Rayquaza advantage will be in their favor, but yes, that is something which Revenant has to really work on. They
Mhm.
will not let go the advantage of that Rayquaza in this particular match, because if they let it go, maybe there is not going to be a notion like the first match where Urshifu was able to get 2 KOs. If that KO is not going to come, if the other team is going to get completely left guarded, unguarded to be precise. So I do believe FSC Esports can really clutch in and eventually get the best out of it in the later stages.
Exactly. I mean, FSC Sports have already been in a kind of position before, or really earlier this day. So they know how much pressure it is to handle it all alone. So they don't want to repeat the very same game once again. The first match they won. Second, it was Forge Your Legacy. Then again, it was Forge Your Legacy. This is just a nightmare if it happens in the same way for FC Sports. We have already seen one of those two out of those two invited teams. One has already walked out of this tournament. That was SATUL, a big setback for their side. That's definitely for sure. But if it comes to FS, both the invited teams, Raider, will be
Yeah.
out of this India Open, and probably the winners and the runners up of the previous World WCS regional qualifiers have already, if it goes like this, even FS, if they just gets eliminated, both of those winner and runners up will be just getting eliminated, and we will be getting new faces, new team, and probably a new champion, or maybe the best new team in India for Pokemon Unite.
And to be honest, that is not a bad thing. We really want to see the evolution of a Pokemon, but then again, what about the masters? They're also trying to evolve. They're also trying to get the best out of the game. So in that fashion, yes, if something new happens, if some new faces are going to be there, be it Team True Gravity or Forge Legacy, who have already qualified for the LAN event, or is it going to be a Team Revenant Esports or FS Esports whoever wins from it, or is it Team Griffin or Team Clown5? Because from the start, it was Team Griffin which was dominating a lot of things, and they were able to completely dominate till the winner bracket round number two, where Team True Gravity beat them yesterday and was able to put them down into the lower bracket. So that competition was also quite amazing. We did saw 3 rounds, if I'm not wrong, in that match as well. So again, a close cutthroat start from the day, and I do believe this is the. I mean, obviously, this is the day number 4, the final day of the playoffs. So definitely, this kind of competition is something which I was expecting from the start of the day, that we
Hmm.
might see a close cutthroat competition in both the first matches, and then we'll go to the decider to really know who is the champion out of it. So yes, that's exactly what we are getting. Fojo Legacy is already sitting compatible with their opponent in the brackets, that is Team True Gravity. But now it is about Revenant Esports or FS Esports. Whoever wins is going to have that fight in the lower bracket round number 4 in the LAN arena. But eventually, whoever is going to lose is going to get eliminated. And that is something which we are pretty scared about for Team FS Esports, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure, because FS Esports have faced a lot of consequences already. So far they have won, they've lost. They didn't had a big streak like Team Griffin or True Gravity or something like that, because the amount of sheer domination that those teams have shown already, it also poses a big threat for FS Esports and also for the other teams those are still in the lower bracket, because both the teams who have already made it to the upper bracket finals have not lost a single match or a series yet so far. That's why they are in the upper brackets. So still for them, especially for Revenant, it means a lot, because we know how Crowley, or we might say Burzum, has done so much for this team. Previously for the new Revenant rosters, he had worked so hard. He made a new team once again, coming with some new faces, some new players, trying to find out value even for Revenant, to prove the players, to prove the audience, to prove all of us that yes, they are capable of qualifying to the finals and making it up to the land stage. It's very crucial for their win as well. But FSC Sports, they missed the opportunity for the world championship previously, but they don't want to miss this land at this moment, because everything for every player who dreams about to be an esports athlete in the future, for them playing in a land venue is all what they want, as a dream come true for everybody, and nobody will
Definitely.
be willing to compromise it.
I mean, yeah, definitely that feeling of sitting beyond your opponent, and also the audience is right over there, the fans are right over there, is something absolutely out of the world. So obviously, going to the LAN is something which is going to be very valuable for all the individuals. I mean, Team True Gravity and Forge Legacy have definitely got their own tickets. I mean, they were able to be capable enough to get qualified from the winners bracket, and there was nothing like a setback coming in from those teams. And to my surprise, Forge Legacy fought back today. And that was the first match where we witnessed Forge Legacy on stream. Otherwise, the offline matches were going in for them. So this was the first time where I did saw Forge Legacy and their 5 individuals trying to perform, and they were able to beat a team known as FSC Sports, who is invited, who is the absolutely amazing team from the start. But now they have been tracked down to the lower bracket, where Team Revenant Esports is again putting a very good pedal onto them. And due to that issue, I do believe Team Revenant Esports was unable to like get the whole control of this particular match number 2. Otherwise, this could have
Mhm.
been in their favor. But again, what happened is already done. And now I'm waiting patiently for the third match. To be honest, patiently is not the right word. I'm waiting eagerly.
I mean, we are. I mean, the amount of action. Like, how many things did we witness today? Comfy making a comeback with Zoroark, a Blissey securing a Rayquaza with a Bliss assistance, then last minute secures coming up from any of the sides. Every time it's all part and parcel of Pokemon Unite, but still, every day in Pokemon Unite is always very interesting. And itself, Pokemon is very interesting. I mean, we love the love we have for these small little cute Pokemons has always evolved this game to be in this much level. From the very start, when Pokemon Unite came into the question, people started playing. Everybody wondered. Everybody just played the game because they loved Pokemon. But when you just play a game not just because of you love Pokemon, but you also get attached to the kind of experience it gives you, also you know increases your love for the game, and that's why we are seeing tournaments happening, specifically this kind of official events like the India Open, the World WCS, the ACL, everything coming up in a complete sequence, a complete season for all the esports enthusiasts who are still playing and grinding to be at the top in this game of Pokemon Unite. For them, it's a very big dream, and as we mentioned, India Open was completely an open for all tournament. Everybody, all, I would say, all the players from around the entire country tried and participated, registered for it. Many came into the playoffs, but many could not make it up to the mark. So they know that small mistakes cost you big deals.
I mean, it's a learning curve, to be honest. All those teams who have now being admitted, be it Team SG Esports or SCTOL or Learn from Pass or many other teams who are being admitted from the qualifier stage. Well, again, this is a learning curve. Definitely that learning situation is going to be in your favor. But moving forward, the final, the decider one between Team Revenant and Team FSC Sports is already here. The draft pick phase is going to be there. And in the TSK runes, we'll get to see a ban of Mew and Zacian, I believe. And with that ban being delivered, FSC Sports is the one which is going to choose the first Pokemon. And due to that, Hoopa is something that they might not deny.
First pick, definitely very important for the side of FSC Sports. Peas will be there, but yes, the Koopa pick should be the first preference at this point because it has made a lot of impact. Pardesi won't just let it slip away. Our Tencent kid might be going with an Umbreon or a Slowbro alongside an Inteleon should be a good move. Let's say he sticks with the Umbreon itself. He's got an Aeos Cookies as well with that normal held item combination that we see on Umbreon alongside Suppressor. Will be going with that Inteleon. Much needed match for both the sides. They want a win very desperately. While the next two picks coming up from FS will make a lot of, I would say, impact in the upcoming picks coming up from Revenant as well.
I mean, definitely that is going to be quite important to watch. Leafeon, as the speedster coming in from Berserk, is going to be absolutely amazing. And Berserk from the start of the day has gone Berserk when it comes to that kind of approach. Apple on the other corner is going to go with the Zorak and a Comfy combination. It is going to be definitely valuable, that's what I do believe. Suppressor, that is Crowley, is actually going to go with the Inteleon. On the other corner, we will get to see a Blaziken and a Delphox. Okay, that is going to be interesting. Well, there you go, they get logged. And a Lapras will be coming in from Kids' perspective. Amazing. Interesting picks, interesting choices. But Revenant's taking up to their own performance in the previous matchup. I mean, exactly similar approaches there from from these individuals. They had Umbreon, they had Inteleon, they had Comfy, they had Zorak, they had Lapras. Pretty much similar to what happened in the previous matchup, but on the other corner, we talk about Team FSC Sports. They have decided to stick with the Hoopa. The Slowbro will be coming in as it did in the previous matchup, also with the Leafeon. And the Chandelier has now been replaced as an attacker by the individual known as Delphox from Blair. And we do see another set of all-rounder coming in, and it's going to be the Blaziken.
Delphox coming into the play. We saw it previous day once again that the Fire Blast and the Fire Spin makes a lot of impact. You know, it pushes you away. In Berserk, if he was playing on the Delphox at this point, that those Fire Spins will annoy, and specifically stunning Zoroark will be very much important for the side of FS, because they know it. If they can just stop the Zoroark, if they can just trap him in somehow, and like any way it's possible. Slowbro is there to counter it. Delphox Fire Spin might be able to stop Zoroark's speed a little bit, because if he is still able to dodge it anyhow, will be helpful. But still, these two Pokemons can make a huge difference to stop Comfy and Zoroark coming out with their undisputed gameplay against them.
Yeah, I mean, truly believe that that is going to be the case where Team Revenant Esports can be stopped by those Delphox attacks coming in. But looking forward to see what happens, guys. These 10 minutes are going to be the most valuable one, because it is going to either create a way for the next round or completely eliminate an opponent from the existence. I'm definitely looking forward to see how that is going to be the case. But in the mid lanes, we'll get to see the EV trying to go ahead and evolve ASAP. The Hoopa and along with the Torchic is going to go with the top lane approach. And in the mid lane, we'll get to see the Zorak and the Comfy combination. Lapras on the other corner is also going to go for some stacks on the top lane. Again, a very similar approach to what Revenant was taking up to from the start of the game. They're trying to get for the best. They're trying to get that initial lead in their favor. And FSC Sports also retaliates with another set of 5 amazing goals. But that's exactly going to be the case of Team Revenant Esports by their Lapras securing few more goals.
Comfy comes into the play to stop Dodgic at this moment. I think that's not surprising, but yeah, stopping those stacks should be very important. Securing those bunnies in their favor will be much more important as well. Not allowing FSC Sports to walk away, but they still managed to get those 5 Eos energy their name. But it seems both of them are trying to level up as fast as possible. The bottom lane looks very, very much adjusted because Umbreon has been put to rest for now. A KO coming in from the side of Slowbro. A lot of contention happening at the bottom alongside. We see an Inteleon as well. So from the side of Revenant Esports, this Altaria swap is completely being swapped away by the Blaziken at this point. Oh, unlucky for Lapras.
Again, the hyperspace holes with the Hoopa can be very, very valuable, but look at this. Again, the Zorak gets one valuable frag, and eventually with that advantage in the favor, things might change. Look at this, look at this. Again, the Inteleon also trying to get the best out of it. He's trying to score more. Crowley in this particular matchup can actually be the best with the passive ability, trying to be the sneaky one, and also getting the best out of the whole situation is going to be the case for Team Revenant Esports. But with that initial lead in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, definitely FS has now to be worried about at what they're going to do next. Umbreon straight up going for the citrus berries so that they can heal it themselves and then eventually fight back whenever the moment comes in. Also, the Ace Energies is going to be very, very valuable. The Lapras trying to fight back in the top lane. But let's see with the hyperspace holes, maybe things will change. Even the Comfy and Zorak combination is still waiting rapidly. Kumbhuskin at a very tough spot. He can be getting KO'd pretty soon. The whole advantage of that area is now in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They're very close to destroying that tier 1 goal zone in the top lane. But Delphox on the other corner finds Umbreon, and with that KO, Revenant Esports now actually at a setback in the top lane. In the bottom lane, tier 1 goal zone.
This is what we expected coming up from the side of Zoroark, but instantly the Delphox being that one big threat and finds the value that he was assigned for, and instantly we see a lot of values being pulled off by FSC Sports in the bottom lane. Umbreon makes a fallback, has been forced off because the Fire Blast is pushing them to the limits at this point, and the Zoroark being suppressed this time could not find a lot more value as what it was supposed to be, but that Fire Spin finding a lot more value. Those liquidation will give a lot of damage, but instantly the Solar Blade Boinks coming in, forces Umbreon to back off from that scenario, but you can see the pros coming up from the side of FSC Sports instantly trying to melt down the Regirock as fast as possible, not letting anybody just make a steal, while we see that Tensei is looking forward to grab it in the last minute hit, but it won't be possible as Leafeon secures it for the side of FSC Sports, while Zoroark will be focusing on to get this Hoopa down and dusted, while they'll be coming with the score and instantly destroys and breaks the tier 1 goal zone just before anybody can pop out of that hyperspace hole.
Continue to deny this guy. The way he's performing is absolutely phenomenal. They're going to get that ally. The 6-1 is going to come. Regieleki is now in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They can completely capitalize on this scenario, or they can just maintain that pressure onto the top lane. Meanwhile, go for the bottom lane contestment and eventually destroy that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane. And that's exactly what they're trying to make an approach for. The Slowbro is now at contest. Can't really deny the whole scenario. And there you go. Few more goals coming in. In the top lane, we'll get to see a complete approach. All the unites being utilized. Inteleon finds the Hoopa, and with that, the Rings Unbound is now going to get left empty. Even the Delphox gets down. Amazing play coming in. The fireworks are still there. Who's going to have the control? It is going to be Team Revenant Esports in the bottom lane. Another KO.
Oh, those big scores coming in. This tower will be destroyed. The hyperspace hole was completely useless at this point. This is wow. I would say this is how Revenant, they're trying to make it up, catch it up against FSC Sports, finding a lot more value and also leveling up for themselves. And I have to give credit Revenant, they're not trying to invade and overextend. They know that they have destroyed 2 of the goal zones of FSC Sports, not to make any kind of more mistakes in the upcoming stages should be the best decision, or they will be very cautious with it, because what happened in the last match should not be repeated this more time. 28 more seconds for the bottom Regi to spawn up, but it seems Zoroark is waiting for that one moment to strike up against that Delphox and find the revenge, and he does it pretty well, but was not able to steal that Excavalier, the orange buff it seems back, because the Solar Blade came in and just found the value that he wanted to.
Well. Mid lanes are now being contested. Again, a lot of AOS energies being dumped over there, and you do see that the approach looks absolutely amazing. But the Regi Seal is there, the Regieleki is going to come pretty soon. Let's see if the alternate Swablues are going to be beneficial enough for Team Revenant Esports, because the level buff, it is definitely there for the players of Team Revenant Esports, and also the gold buff is there. The Fire Spin would have been quite chaotic, but still the Umbreon wants to fall back, and with the Rings Unbound in the favor, Team FSC Sports, players are going to need to back right over here and eventually perform the best And the firework is still going to work out, but there is a KO, a speedster versus speedster. But with the addition of that Comfy, the band is definitely looking amazing for Team Revenant Esports. But now they're trying to stack up onto the bottom lane. Let's see if it is going to be valuable enough. Another pause request, which will give the teams a brief time to really perform and get the best out of it.
Much needed for them, but it seems Umbreon was literally struggling. I mean, using the snarl and all, trying to find or stop the opponents just before Inteleon comes in, because we see Suppressor in the boundaries as well. He can find a lot of value if he's that kind of distance, so might be trying to stop the amount of scores that will be coming up from the side of FSC Sports, that because that might be, you know, helping them to catch up to Revenant as what they are in a position right now. They do have a good lead around, like, how I would say, like 130-point lead that might be getting taken over at any point of time. But the scores that might be stopped, and instantly unlocks the 5-inch Zoroark, hops in and gets the value that he wanted. Hoopa has been put to rest while the Slowbro is still in the question. Delphox have already made the comeback. The Fire Spin is chasing Zoroark, but won't be able to make any kind of connection, as it seems the entire squad of Revenant, they're going for the big scores, and instantly the tier 2 goal zone will be under the contention from the side of Revenant Esports, because the Hoopa, it makes a little bit of impact and forces Tensei to make a fall back. But at this moment, oh my god, Slowbro with the Unite completely wobbles down Zoroark, and Comfy, he will be pushed to get attached with Umbreon and make a fallback from this position.
And the falling back scenario is definitely going to work out for now. It does feel like that in top lane we'll get to see another set of contestment, because the Lapras is trying to safeguard against the Regieleki, and Blaziken is now patiently waiting for the right moment to come where he can really go for a strike and initially get the best out of it. The Blaziken will be coming in. Look at that, he is trying to create a pressure on Tensai, but let's see if it is going to work out or not, because again we have a Comfy approach. The Zoroark will be coming in. Comfy detaches, the Goku is going to go with the Zoroark. And with Apple laying Zoroark, I do believe things might change rapidly. And with that, yes, there is a situation where Team Revenant is now at a very decent lead when we compare them to Team FS Esports. There is a lead of 132 points coming in for the players of Team Revenant Esports. And they want to stick it in that fashion, but now they have to farm those Unites. Zoroark and Lapras, along with that Comfy, are not available with the Unites on the other corner. There is just a Slowbro who does not have any Unites coming in from his favor. And once that Unite being utilized, you do see a lot of KO coming in. Oh, the Blaziken will be getting KO'd. I thought for a moment that even the Delphox is going to get contested, but no, that's not the case. Hoopa gets down. And with that, remember guys, the set of 20 few seconds are awaited, because after that we'll get to see that legendary Pokemon coming in. But yes, Hoopa and Blaziken are back in form, back in play. That level advantage is something which is definitely going to give Revenant upper hand. But if they are unable to play those cards in the right fashion, I believe things might change. And they really want to go with the steal of this Resi steal so that they can have that advantage, and they are going to get it. No denial in it.
This buff can create a good impact. 55 score on Zoroark at this point, as it seems the Rings Unbound have been unleashed by Hoopa. They want to go with those early meltdown of Rayquaza, but it seems the final stretch will be going in hands of FSC Sports. Revenant! Oh my god, this is a big blunder as the Zoroark goes down. 100 coming from the side of Blaziken, and it seems that Revenant, the dreams are being shattered into pieces by the hands of FSC Sports. The main comeback they have made, the 50 has been denied. Inteleon, oh my god, the hopes of Revenant for the India Open 2023 have been crushed. FSC Sports will be walking away with this win.
Nicholas, I would like to say just wait a little longer. Maybe things will change. So let's just wait. Let's just see what happens in the next 1 minute. It's going to be a very interesting 1 minute to talk about, to be honest, because we'll get to see a lot of stacking up scenario on the top lane. We'll get to see that Hoopa already stacking it off, because that hyperspace holes can once again help them a lot. Umbreon wants to go with the goal, but won't be able to do it because he sees that Hoopa or Swablues are also chasing them out of the equation. But now a complete stacked up situation is going to be there for the bottom lane. I would love to see how that approach is going to be beneficial, because the Griffin is already getting KO'd, so he won't be able to be effective enough. The Umbreon has to fall back. Oh, another set of 76. What is happening in the base lane goal zone? We do see that Blaziken doing phenomenal job of getting few more goals. Another KO will be coming in. Hoopa about to get KO'd, but let's see what happens. Oh, we have Delphox now making an entry. This is done. This is done for Team Revenant Esports. Can't really go for those 400-500 goals coming in right now. And there will be a KO on Zoroark. Not just that, Inside will be getting KO'd by the other EV, that is going to be the Leafeon, the Speedster. The KO streak will be there for Delphox, and it's done, guys. Revenant Esports is now out of the equation. It is going to be Team FS Esports who is going to renown who is going to be renowned as the team who is going to go straight up into the LAN arena. But Revenant, a hard fought battle. But to be honest, that slip off of Rayquaza in every single matchup costed them a lot in every single match of the match number two, in be it the game one, be it the game two, or game three. Every single time it was Team Revenant Esports who lost the advantage, who lost the momentum in the legendary pit. And due to that, it is going to be FS Esports who is going to go there straight up in the lower bracket round number 4, which battle will be there in the LAN arena.
I really feel bad for Apple at this moment. Both the matches played on the Zoroark found so much value. If you talk about previous match, it was like a 13 knockouts. This time it's 9 knockouts, but still couldn't cross that one margin of line that would have sealed the deal for them to qualify for the LAN. But we have finally got one more team who will be having the slot for the LAN, which will be happening in Delhi. But once again, FS Esports, the comeback that they made just by securing the Rayquaza once again, it was a tremendous late game that came from their side. Specifically, Delphox instantly, with those fire spin, troubling the Zoroark, stunning him down, and probably also stopping all the players as much as possible with those fire blasts, pushing them away was one of the biggest moves. We can see the damage even Apple did. It's like 72,000, almost like, I would say, Berserk as well as Apple both have almost similar damages in the terms of the points as we see on the screen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a situation where Team Revenant Esports was looking quite good. The amount of damages that they were trying to avail, the amount of pressure that they were trying to make was absolutely amazing. But in the later stages, as I would once again like to add on, that the Rayquaza advantage is where Team Revenant Esports lacks a lot. And that's exactly what happened in this matchup as well. There was no recovery. Kind of interesting for FS Esports' Berserk. And also remember, guys, when, if I'm not wrong, Zorak got KO'd at that point, and also when the Rayquaza advantage was stolen by the hands of FS Esports, at that point there was not even a single guy who was actually at level 14 or level 13 coming in from FS Esports. There was a serious level buff coming in from Revenant Esports, but still they lost. They still lost the control, they still got KO'd, and the Rings Unbound was absolutely phenomenal at that point. And due to that, yes, we do see a very impressive performance coming in from FS Esports. And now FS Esports, well, they are going to retain their title of being a LAN qualified team. And be it a situation of a winner's bracket or a loser's bracket, Team FS Esports is once again looking forward to fight against Forger Legacy if they are able to beat True Gravity in the later stages when the LAN is there on 18th, if I'm not wrong.
Important dates, important matches upcoming for FS Esports as well. But still, if you just talk about the graph, Revenant, they had a superb control till the 8th minute until those scores start coming in from the side of FS Esports just after they secure those, I would say, the Rayquaza. Those big scores helped them so much in climbing the ladder and make it up to 642. But we'll have a look on the highlights of what happened. We'll have a small recap of this very match, because this was definitely a kind of roller coaster that every PU fan will be enjoying. Starting it off with Zoroark's beautiful KOs and the amount of value he was putting up on the table, trying to getting all those KOs, pushing FS Esports so back in the game that it seemed to be that no, this is not the way that FS Esports will be able to step in again and again.
A very important match for both the teams. And eventually it was FS Esports. Look at their domination. Initially, I'm talking about Team Revenant Esports for now. That their domination was there for the initial few, like 10 minutes, for 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes to be honest. It was all over Team Revenant Esports. Every angle that we talk about, be the top lane or the mid lane or the legendary pit where the alternate swappers were there, it was Team Revenant Esports. But all of a sudden, Delphox decided to go ham. And eventually with those fire spins and also the fireworks that were working, the unite being dumped, multiple units to be honest being dumped in the later stages in the final stretch, it was the particular team known as Team FS Esports who was able to be the best. But now, talking about the player of the game, it is going to be Berserk, who played Chandelier, and with that rating of 80 and eventually score of 100 that he was able to dump, 5 knockouts and 5 assists, and 72,000 is going to be the right amount of damage that he was able to dish out, was absolutely amazing. But if you talk about Berserk, yes, his speedster's approach was absolutely amazing. So I feel that Leafeon could have been very valuable from his corner as well.
Every time, if you talk about FS Esports, they were the ones to play in the late game, always trying to contradict every other move that's coming from the side of Revenant, specifically in the final stretch fight. I don't know why, but Revenant seems to be lost in the final stretch fight, because when you knew that FS Esports, they will be focusing on Rayquaza, they could not manage to get the KOs on the right time, and eventually everybody hopped in and found the value that they wanted. That's the result of why FS Esports, they are in this stage, why they have qualified for the next round. While Revenant
Yeah.
will be just walking away from this tournament, another big blow towards their side, because it seems we are seeing big names being swept away. It was SC2L at first, then we are seeing
Yeah.
Revenant now. I really hope that we don't see FS going out from this kind of tournament in the upcoming rounds, because there's still a long way to go before the grand finals. The lower bracket round 4, then the lower bracket finals, then we'll be going to the grand finals in the very stage. But now we will be taking a very short break, and we will be coming up with the last and the final BO3 series onto the other side. So stay with us and keep supporting.
Welcome back after a wonderful game for our LAN finalists who are heading their way. Necros, I know behind the scenes there's been a lot going on, but on the scenes as well, because it's been somewhat of a love hate relationship going on all across the boards.
I don't want to say anything, I Raider and I, we just had a conversation and it was
Guys,
something
I
that
don't know what he's speaking about,
I don't
okay?
want to spill the tea at this
I
point.
have no context, but I'll give you context in terms of what's happened right now as we'll jump over to the brackets. And you can see we can start telling congratulations for a couple of teams who have made their way towards the LAN finals. This is going to be Team True Gravity, already sitting in the upper bracket finals along with Forge Your Legacy. Another team who's not made their way to the grand finals but are still in the race in the lower bracket round 4, which will be played on LAN, is going to be FS Esports after defeating Revenant. I feel a little bit bad for Revenant. They had things under control. They were the ones on lead, Necros, but their love-hate relationship still continues with Rayquaza.
Once again, if we just remember before as well, Lucifer, it was always Revenant choking in the final stretch fight, and it still continues, as you mentioned, that love-hate relationship. But I'm really concerned about the upcoming match that will be played between Clown 5 as well as Team Griffin. Team Griffin has shown a complete, I would say, dominant performance in the past matches they have played. Yes, against True Gravity, they were not able to, perform up to the mark or secure the victory because it was definitely a cutthroat battle.
Mhm.
But for Clown 5, so far their journey has been a little bit like a roller coaster. They dropped down after losing from Learn from Past in the upper brackets. Then after that, both the matches that they played was in a very good flow with a good streak that they're continuing so far. But against Team Griffin, I'm really concerned what kind of show that they can put up.
I think one player to watch out from Clown 5 is going to be Sings. He's been exceptionally well, along with him Legion, Joy, it's okay, Babu, and Obito. Team Griffin, not the likeliest journey, but they did confuse us, right? Where we thought they were the ones who were the upper bracket finalists. They used their Pokemons really well, also put us in a daze, but it was actually Team True Gravity who stole that show and did make their move towards the upper bracket finals. And I'm pretty sure Team Griffin are not going to be happy about that. The players are ready, they're looking forward to it. Snowy and Ghul, let's jump into the draft phase and see if their preparation is going to be enough for today. But this game in itself, right, Necros, we have a firepower of a players in terms of their rosters as well as their play style. So both Clown 5 as well as Team Griffin are teams to watch out for, and also the teams who might end up in the grand finals. Right, as now the ban phase, we see an Inteleon as well as a Zacian. Again, these have been the standard default bans so far. If not an Inteleon, it's going to be a Mew. So right now, no Inteleon means there is going to be Mew in action.
Exactly, and that being said, Nova will not just let it slip away, but also we might be seeing a Hoopa pick on the first basis. But yeah, a Mew pick it is, as we would see, but that gives an opportunity for the side of Clown 5 to go and get the Hoopa or maybe the defenders that they're looking forward to.
I think it can be a double defender lineup coming towards the side of Team Clown 5. Griffin, as of now, because they've picked up a ranged attacker, they might go for a double ranged attacker. As you did mention, the Hoopa is going to be coming in from Babu along with Joy picking up a Slowbro. Ghoul, in the meantime, we've seen him all times when Leafeon is there, he's going to pick that. In these recent times, we did see Zoroark. I would have thought Ghoul might have switched to it, but again, we still know that Ghoul on Leafeon, there is no counter moves in terms of breaking that combo. But in Zoroark, there are those combos which can be broken in case of stun. But Nova, he also brings in a Blaziken, and we've known Blaziken is super crucial, especially on that attack weight stacking, and we saw one game just because of that a team won. Now, can that happen or not? We are going to wait and watch. The next two picks coming in is going to be Obito. As I did mention, it should be a double defender composition coming in from Clown 5. They bring in a Lapras, and then there is Pikachu. Pikachu did work out. We did see Vixion picking it out from Gravity, so I think this is going to be a wise choice as well, as we see it today coming in from none other than Clown 5.
That being said, also we see Snowy and Mikey going for that Umbreon, and the Clefable pick should be there, and the File 2 picks have already arrived, but looking forward to see what Sings will be picking this time, because he has been very much dominant on the Leafeon. I mean, so far in the India Open 2023, he's having that most number of KOs in a single match, that is 24 in his name. But that being said, Sings will be going with that Venusaur, it seems, and he will be just going, trying for the secures with that Solar Beam and maybe the Giga Drain, the Sludge Bomb or the Giga Drain. Let's see what he's just going with that.
I think it should be a Petal Dance coming through because there's the
Maybe.
Rapid Fire Scarf as well. Let's see how it works out. We finally see the attack weight coming in from Ghoul on none other than Leafeon, but there's no stack build coming in from Blaziken on Snowy. Snowy says he doesn't need it. I'm just looking at the other player Pokemon choices as well in terms of the held items. Doesn't seem to be a stack coming through at all in its entirety for the side of Clown 5. Let's see how this functions as of now. I did already mention Sinks is going to be a player to watch out, but with a Pikachu also coming in, another player and a Pokemon to watch out, especially on the movesets. Recent times we are seeing not the Electro Ball or the Wall Tackle being used. They're going in for those Thunders. I hope it works out really well because Thunder also does damage and stun the Pokemon, make their movement speed also slow. So that's something to trouble people as of now, and I thought a double ranged attacker would be the way to go for the side of Griffin, but they decide to have all the roles of Pokemon Unite in their fray, and let's see how it functions. Now no stacking coming through other than Cool, so it is going to be very interesting. And Snowy, he loves to play aggressive. Let's see if he's going to be assisted or supported because of his aggressiveness.
The Blaziken has to make a lot of difference, and I'm still looking forward to see that kind of combination, because if you talk about Venusaur, yes, we saw that Rapid Fire Scarf being picked, so there might be a chance we will be seeing that Petal Dance and the Giga Drain combination coming up from him, but these days we are seeing a lot of changes. Like sometimes it's like the Solar Beam and the Sludge Bomb coming into the play. Sometimes or the majority of the times we are also seeing Giga Drain and the Solar Beam, because I just if I remember that I saw it one time. But once again, that being said, let's just see what this BO3 series has to offer for us as an audience, as both the teams take the start of the very first match in the series. While King Griffin versus Clown 5 takes place, one team will move upwards to the next phase or the next stage, that one team will just walk away with all the bragging rights that they have earned so far.
Mid path, it's going to be the Torchic to evolve to Blaziken, but there's an intervention. It does not go for a steal from that Hoopa as of now. Snowy comfortably does take it, but his evolution to level 4 might be put under trouble. But as of now, Babu is just chasing him in that mid path. On the other end, the Bulbasaur as of now without any trouble should be evolving to Ivysaur. Cool in the meantime a little bit troubled. Electrowab as well as Water Gun coming towards his end. Nothing much to be worried about as it does not go away. In the meantime, looks like Babu has forced the Torchic away, and Babu might just look forward to stealing this red buff for himself on the Excavalier, but I'm not too sure if it happens. Joy in the meantime just acting as a distraction to make sure they're able to steal the wild Pokemon's experience and Aeon's energy, but that doesn't happen. Finally, right now Snowy gets some assistance, making sure that the red buff is not stolen, but Babu is not giving up. He's also using the tactics of getting himself a Citrus Berry. Not for long. Finally the big Solar Beam comes and the Illusion finds the pick.
Important early KOs, and I would say those level up, that is required from both of them. But yes, again, that Solar Beam creating a lot of impact. Slap resist, he's tanking a lot of damage for himself. But it seems again that Hoopa will play a very X Factor. Umbreon is there trying to steal or invade the jungles of Clown 5 at this point, because it seems that Nova is much more interested, while Hoopa as well as the Ivysaur is trying to stop him out, and the Hyper Space Hole helps Ivysaur to make a fallback, but Clayfable comes into the rescue, and those steals will be getting secured by the side of Team Griffin.
Griffin have just barely the double amount of lead compared to the sides of Clown 5. Surf, big time damage, but there's already Mikey with the Moonlight, therefore Ghoul will not be taken on. They're still trying their best. Again another Surf being used, but no assistance for Joy to find that KO, therefore he has to retreat back. Ghoul will also try to move to his home goal zone to grab a Citrus Berry. And Snowy right now making his way to the top path will be joined with none other than Mew. As of now, it seems like there's a lot of neutral rather than a fight, but finally as we talk about fight, Clown 5 forces it towards the bottom path, but Joy, he uses the Hyperspace Hole, gets a full heal, and right now grabbing the players from the side of Griffin, find the Umbreon, they want the Leafeon as well badly, and Joy, he's ready for it. His Surf misses it, and the Flux Zone speed helps Leafeon to run away. In the meantime, a quick run coming in from Mikey to help his teammates out, but his teammates are not there in the goal zone, therefore he ends up faltering, and right now Blaziken moves in, the fully evolved Blaziken, but it was a little bit too late, does have the overheat, tried his best, but that was only to grab the wild Pokemon, not the opponents.
This time even that Blaziken could have made a difference, but Pikachu was in a good time as it seems. Nova trying to just not let this bunny slip away, but this time think it happened the way they wanted it to be. But still, those hyperspace hole helping in buying a lot of time, as it seems. Griffin, they want to melt this Registeel as fast as possible. Umbreon has to be the one responsible to tank all the damage and stop the invasion of Clown 5 in this Registeel meltdown. And into the Solar Blade points comes and Slowbro goes down, and into a lot of unites being committed. These have found a lot of value. But that being said, I believe this Registeel will be going in the favor of Clown 5, and yes, it is, and they found a lot of value in the bottom lane.
I think the bottom path hold that Clown5 have is undeniable. Team Griffin, they're facing a lot of trouble. They lose to a KO streak coming through. Illusion moves in, but is a little bit tad too late. There's already a goal coming in from Sinks. Also, just a bare dunk coming through, but a nice move in. They take down Sinks. That was a crucial KO on the Venusaur. Now they're trying to chase another. Pikachu also goes down. That's going to be a 2 KO streak, and they are looking forward to taking down Joy. Joy is not going to be easy. He's a tank. In the meantime, they're also scoring, disrespecting where he is, and then we see the over dunk of 40 coming in. But in the meantime, countering that 40, there's a 30 dunk coming in, and Clown5 still retain the lead at 124.
Now they will be focusing on the top lane, as Lapras seems to be, tanking a lot of damage against Blaziken, and he needs a lot of support. So Obito has been, stopping Blaziken from scoring for a very longer period of time, and the Regiliki will play a very major X factor. For Griffin, it's going to be very crucial because they've already lost the bottom objective from this side, and Lapras might be there for the final hit because it seems everybody is here to push Team Griffin back into the goal zone. But the Solar Blade points might just come in. If you guys being committed by Venusaur, finds a lot of value. Cliffville goes down. The Solar Beam does a lot of damage to Lapras, but still it was unable to stop him, as Pikachu also finds a 2 KO streak for himself, and that's the tier 1 goal zone going down once again. Team Griffin seems to be struggling a lot on the top lane as well.
Yeah, I think Clown5, especially playing with Bawo on that Hoopa, has been incredible. With the Snarl, tried to move in the Umbreon. Nor does he find any value. He tried to hold off the Pikachu, but went for a steal. Does get the steal with the help of his teammates as well, but he has to make sure his teammates survive. Venusaur is not letting that happen. Now uses foul play to try and stall them and stun them, but before that, the Hoopa swoops in with a Phantom Force, finds the KO. Pikachu finds one on Cliffable, and that is Clown5 getting things under control. Even though they lost the Regieleki, they have not lost the tier 1 on the top path. They're not letting any players go, but Blaziken, he's in the tall grasses. He might just swoop in, going in for a 29. He does secure the 29, and now we'll get Team Griffin back on lead at 182, but he's not going to survive. He's trying his best to fight with Fire Kick, and his teammate helps. The big long range Solar Beam finds the KO, but Blaziken, almost about to retreat, he decides to fight again, and that's where the blunder happens, and Clown5 get back control.
New support was completely exceptional, but it seems Clown5 will be going for an attack, and there is nobody to defend it. The top tier 2 goal zone is completely unguarded, and that will give a big opportunity for the side of Team Griffin, because even after the time came that Blaziken hopped in, it was way too late. The Pikachu will be facing a KO, but the
what?
being unleashed at the very... Is it a right moment? Because it seems that it was done a little bit mistakenly, but it seems Umbreon as well as Cliffville will be pushing Bawu back to the square corner, and the Solar Beam will do a lot of damage. Umbreon, it still goes down, but the instant rate coming from the side of Mew does a lot of damage towards Clown5.
Obito saves his teammate Sings, but Obito is going to go down. There's nothing that can stop. 3 players were already on him, make it 4, and right now Sings has to retreat back. He does have Bawu and Legion, but there's no time to kind of take that fight ahead. 3 minutes on the clock. Quickly talking about levels. Right as now, level doesn't seem to be a big lead coming in from Clown5. Yes, they do have a player on level 13 that can be the advantage, but majority of the players on Griffin are at level 12 compared to the players on Clown5, where all of them are looking at level 11 and also 1 on 10. Something to be looked after, but right now look at Griffin to turn things around. They're quickly jumping on the Regirock on the bottom, but there is already a Joy here with the Surf to steal it, along with Pikachu on the Thunder also steals. Commits the Unite as well, along with that finds a KO on Cliffable. Now there should be another one on the Umbreon. Nova also goes down. Mew along with it to find a 3 KO streak, and Clown5, they always turn things around and they do it again.
Pushing Team Griffin to the limits, and look at the scores, it's not stopping at all. Hoopa also gets the hyperspace hole, will be going back to his home base, but at this point trapping and stacking on a single player one at a time. Blaziken is completely helpless at this point. It seems Clown5, the lead they were waiting for is just in their case. Look at the level up, level 14. Venusaur is the real threat at this point. Still, if we talk about Team Griffin, they have 3 Pokemons on level 13.
Exactly.
That should make a good difference at the final stretch, but if that can happen, they have to be very, very much dependent on this Rayquaza fight.
They have to be, but they also have to find a way to take down that Venusaur. Its Verdant Anger has been doing a lot of hefty damage along with Petal Dance and Giga Drain. Right as now, Nova again still leading the charge. Ghoul hiding in the tall grasses at the bottom. In the meantime, holding the top tier 1 as a stronghold, Obito is waiting with 47 in case somebody comes to score. But the fight has been initiated. Rings on bound are out and Lapras Express to trap the Blaziken. Blaziken still trying to survive. Caught in the tall grasses. Backs off with the help of Mikey. And Illusion is here. He's not used his Mystical Mirage in the meantime. Noah, he's also not used his Unite. Right as now, Griffin saving all their Unites. 2 Unites already been used by Clown 5. Finally, the slow beam coming in. They drag it, but can they find one? Yes, they isolate the Blaziken, now trying to take down on Nova, but Joy goes down in turn along with Pikachu. That's going to be a 2 KO streak. Verdant Anchor forced to be used, but the steal comes in from you, making sure they confirm it. Hyperspace Hole saves things right as of now, but the Rayquaza shield has gone in favor of Griffin, and Griffin will find a way to score the hundreds coming through, looking unstoppable. But there's still a chase coming in from Sinks to break that shield down. To counter that 100, there is going to be a 60 scored, but the shields are still alive, so Griffin should be pushing close to north of 500.
This was definitely a kind of final stretch that they wanted, that 3 Pokemons on level 30 now. I might say they've turned out to be a very exceptional game changer for the side of Team Griffin, but if you just look at Hoopa, he's using the Hyperspace Hole, trying to find as much as value as possible on the top lane, or maybe trying to get those scores done. It's still not done because Lapras Express being activated. They want to go for the big scores. Clown 5 people pushing hard with the tier B, while it's Sleepyon only slowly trying to defend it as much as possible because the backup arrives. Sleepyon gets a kill, then this should be a goal. It's a going 64 from the side of Lapras. They want to make it close enough for the goal zone as we take it down. The rings inbound comes into the question. A lot of unites being committed, but it seems Team Griffin, they will just hold their stores right here, right now. It's Clown 5, even after having such a drastic difference control over all the entire match of Tear Sky Ruins. It's Team Griffin who takes this first win away from them.
That's gonna hurt. They got close to 400. But the score, as I said, they pushed north of 500. That's where it caused trouble. But you can see knockouts coming in. Sinks has 9. Coming to Legion, he has 8. And assist has been just exceptional. Joy with 14. Babu with 11. Legion also has 8 assists. Obito has 8 assists coming through. On the other end, Griffin, it's all of them kind of keeping their calm rather than kind of having multiple fights. And especially, I think Clown 5 kind of tracking on Snowy, using the slow beam from Joy and using their Unite super early. That's where I think Griffin got control of things. Griffin dodged all of those Unites in the early game. Yes, Snowy got connected with the slow beam from Joy, but Ghoul and everybody else moved in from the backlines. Moonlight Prance as well coming in, and Illusions, I think Unite usage along with Solar Beams or Electro Ball was just exceptional to find those last hits and secures, and that's where Griffin took advantage of things, whereas Clown 5 started losing their squishy Pokemons, especially when Ghoul made a move from the back ends to invade the backline. Legion and Sinks were instantly taken down. If Legion and Sinks survived, maybe this game could have still been favorable for Clown 5. Damage output, as you can see towards the end, Snowy just capitalized 78,000, Illusion as well 64. Ghoul has been fantastic with 78, and Mikey, his fantastic healing to save Snowy in the early final stretch fight, and then towards the end, maybe he did not save, but he saved his teammates from going down, especially Nova, right? Nova used his Moonlight Trance, was a little bit lower, but then got back into the game. However, I think Clown 5 had an exceptional start, a great game till 8-minute mark. Well, a little bit of a fumble at the final stretch, and Griffin take it home.
You just can't make any errors, that too in front of those experienced players when you have it. But I have to give a lot of credits or brags to the side of Clown 5 for putting so much efforts and pushing Team Griffin to their limits in the entirety of the game, not allowing Goal or Illusion or anybody of them to just do whatever they feel like. Because if you see, every time we were seeing the players, specifically the Blaziken and Umbreon, if you talk about Leafeon getting KO'd, it was only because every time Clown 5 was they were stacking on a single player, making sure that that one player doesn't slip away from that KO scenario. But once again, talking about the graph, it was all over like a 50-50 kind of battle. Both of them were contesting very hard till the Rayquaza fight came in.
We'll quickly talk about how Ghoul played. As you can see, he did have the attack weight, but it did not work out great, and that's the reason he was playing a tad bit slower. Yes, initially we did even see him getting KO'd as well, but great stuff being played, and Griffin, I think, acted on their tippy toes, were quick to react and also play a little proactive. On the other end, moving to Clown5, as you can see, consistent scores coming in from every player. Joy played phenomenally, and I think on the slow bro was the true front line that they needed. Caused trouble throughout the entire 10 minutes, and you could see the bottom path was the strongest for the side of Clown5. Even though there was pacifying retaliation coming through, but it was not enough for them to kind of control the bottom path, and even the top path, as you can see, even though they were getting closer to get things under control, they were making small mistakes because of which players were going down. But I think here is where, towards this last 3-minute mark, a little bit of an overextension happened from both the ends, but this last fight, all of them jumping in, popping their unites off, that's where things went a little bit too hard, and especially Ghoul coming in from the backlines, as you can see, Mew taking the last hit. That's where it worked out in favor of Griffin. Now Griffin have done that previously as well. We remember Griffin have taken the first game, but after that True Gravity were able to trouble them, and such is a team as Clown5. They have shown their dominance in that 8 minutes, but it was the final stretch, and final stretch has not been easy or supportive for any team. Therefore you have to play smart, and Ghoul played smart at the last fight. That's the reason he's going to be the player of the game here, with Leafeon, 7 knockouts, 2 assists, 86 rating coming through, along with 78,000 damage.
Exactly, and that's how, the difference was made in the very final fight. Even though there was not much of control for the side of Team Griffin, that could have been told by just the stats that we saw. The amount of KOs was not equals to how much Clown5 pulled off, but what always matters is how you win the match. So already we can just see in this PO3 series, Team Griffin does have a 1-0 lead, but have to give credits, because if the Leafeon again falls in the hand of Ghoul for the next match, which I really believe it will not be allowed by the side of Team Clown5, because they will be having the first pick this time. So if that happens, I really wonder what Ghoul is going to make, or how much value can Ghoul come up with, because yes, if anyhow another Pokemon it can be, I would be expecting another Speedster, maybe a Zoroark on Ghoul.
I think Ghoul so far has been just playing these speedsters, especially the Leafeon. It has been a standard pick coming in from his end. However, things can change right as of now, because sides are also going to switch, so there can be chances of Clown5 coming back. And Clown5, I think, in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 circuit so far, especially once they were forced to the lower bracket, they have been a decimating team. Any opponent in front of them, they've been crushing them without giving them a chance to come back. I think they've been sending them back to nurse joys, that they eventually ended up even complaining to Officer Jenny here, but it was not enough Necros. But this time, finally, something in terms of a competition that Clown5 had to go through. Their game did not work through, and right now they have to figure out, can they get a comeback chance? Because Griffin, I'm pretty sure, as we spoke about it earlier, right, them getting pushed down to this lower bracket, I'm pretty sure they did not anticipate of how that final stretch fight that they lost, and this time it was again the final stretch. They got the last hit because of the Mew, and it was the basic attack, boosted basic attack, which connected with none other than Rayquaza, and from there they got the Rayquaza shields. Now they have played and won that first game here in the best of 3, so they do have a point lead to close the series out in a 2-0 fashion, but I'm pretty sure Clown5 will not let them walk away so easily, and we spoke about it. Clown5 are going to be super aggressive. If they showed us that they have control till the 8-minute mark here in Pokemon Unite Thea Sky Ruins, this time they'll try to push it all the way to 10 minutes.
Exactly, and almost like pushing, and one of the most experienced team in the lobby, that is to Griffin, pushing them to the limits and forcing them to depend on the Rayquaza to win it, was exceptionally well. But this draft phase will determine a lot of things, as it seems that Team Griffin, they will be banning the Zacian from their end, and it seems the same ban will be coming up from the side of Clown5 as well. They will be sticking with the Inteleon ban, and we will be seeing both of these Pokemon out of the equation. But talking about the first pick, I'm still expecting a Mew to come up from the side of Clown5.
Bans done. Inteleon out of the picture. The first pick, super crucial. Is it going to be again a Mew? Yes, Legion picks it up, making sure that Griffin do not get a chance. And now I want to see what Illusion makes choice of. I'm pretty sure there should be the Venusaur still coming in, because that's the only Venusaur which will be available. but they still need that slow bro is what they think about. Maybe they will go for a double defender, also keep a Blaziken alive, so they're keeping their cards for the ranged attacker a little later down in the draft pick phase. On the other end, Bavu coming in this time not with a Hoopa, he's going to be playing on Cliffable. Clown 5, the Hoopa was very good, but it did not work towards the end. Joy, he comes in. It's going to be Lapras again. Lapras Express to see. Previously, he was not playing the Lapras. It was his teammate, Obito. This time, however, maybe for his teammate itself. Let's move on to the next two picks coming in from Griffin.
Very important and the picks to watch out for, because what is Ghol going to pick? Mikey goes with the Blissey goals. Has taken the Venusaur, but it seems that it might get changed in the later stages. Maybe, maybe not. That all depends. But if you talk about Obito, he has gone with the Blasters, and it sings he's taken an Ushi. Oh,
Changed. There's going to be the Delphox coming in. Still waiting for the last ranged attacker pick. Snowy is a little bit confused. First thought about a Glacier, and then he's like, wait, we still have a Zoroark which can do damage, and on the other end they do not have any Zoroark as such. But Snowy is a little bit confused. I think he wants to go Icy Wind Glaceon. Obito this time Obito picking up this Buzzwole for one of his teammates. I want to see how it works out. I'm not too sure if Obito will give it to anybody. I think Obito will be playing the Buzzwole. Joy will stick on to the defender because that's his role on the other end as well in this preparation phase. There is no change for Griffin. The choices that they made is the choices that they're going to stick into. And we spoke about the Venusaur. The Venusaur is going to be there. I think because this time looking at the held items, it should be a Venusaur, not going to be a Petal Dance. Might be a Giga Drain or a Poison, that we'll wait and watch out, but we'll quickly talk about stacks here. Necros, attack weight stack coming in from Illusion and nobody else on the side of Clown 5, on the side of Griffin. Coming to Clown 5, it is going to be Obito, the only person with the stack as well, but there are going to be two energy amplifiers, one on Sings, on the Delphox, and Venusaur having one as such as well.
Now this is definitely going to be a battle for the long range attack, as it seems a Solar Beam against a Solar Beam, and again those Fire Blast and those Rapid Spin, the Fire Spin might just be a good counter towards Blaziken or maybe any other, but it seems the Glaceon has to do a lot of damage this time. And Snowy, he has taken this responsibility upon his shoulder. A very important match for both the teams, because if Team Griffin wins it, they will be walking up on the next stage of this lower brackets, but if they lose it, we will be moving forward to a decider. But for the side of Team Clown 5, once again Lucifer, we have seen a lot more comebacks in today's day, so it can also be that same scenario once again.
Clown 5 have never done a comeback. Clown 5 have had their games clean swept in their favor. This time, they have to go through a comeback. They have to get 2 games on a streak in their favor. Players are ready. We are ready to go ahead. Let's see where it works out. Majority of both the teams have ejects, one on either end of an X speed. Ready are the teams. Griffin as well as Clown 5 fighting it out for that one last chance to continue this action of Pokemon Unite in the LAN. Who takes that stage? Clown 5 or Griffin? Battle starts.
The mid lane being allowed to Glaceon will be there, and Snowy leveling up for himself, and Delphox from the other end of Clown 5 the opportunity to find as much as level up as fast as possible. On the other hand, the Dodging goes with those sneaky stack scores because it is important for him to level up as well. He'll also make sure that those Eos energy comes in his favor, but the Babu doesn't let him get that. His Buzzwole also goes up and gets his stack started from his end as well. The Glaceon will be popping in, trying to stop him. Those early KOs might just benefit Team Griffin a lot at this stage.
Let's see this fight towards Snowy. He has evolved Icy Wind on the ready. He used it already once, but Sings on level 5 is out. Will-O-Wisp, great hit coming through. But still, because the level difference is of just 1, it's not going to be finding an easy KO for now. The back off. Heal Pulse is going to be there, but right now Obito is also there. They have to be worried about the Buzzwole. Also, there is going to be Mew. There's going to be 4 players against 3. Immediately runs back is Combuskin. Go for a heal. They know this fight, if it continues, it's going to be fatal for Griffin. They might lose their players and also give away the first KO. They let them score, but Combuskin is still trying to move in for a kick and try to stall them. Snowy also, he's also on level 5. There can be a chance with the Will-O-Wisp coming in from Delphox, as well as Clown 5's intention of being disciplined. Back off, and the top 5 fight does not continue.
We see the type of contention Clown5 they're trying to pull off, but that seems that Lapras is not being allowed to go for those early scores, that's for sure. Buzzwole on the top lane seems to be alone trying to fight it out, while Team Griffin they're still continuing with those small scores that they want to put up a show as, but still those serves they're just pushing away Lapras and even securing those white Pokemon and securing this Chaos energy for himself, as the Glaceon has been finally taken down by Mew.
Stacks for the all-rounders are going to be super crucial. As of now, I do not see a lot of stacking coming in from especially the Blaziken. I could see a couple of them being done from Buzzwole. Finding the first KO, Clown5. They move into the bottom path. They send one back. Now they're looking forward to getting a score in, but Nova on the slow bro is trying to survive. Gets a citrus berry before they could find a KO. And himself is ready and he'll force the players back. And Clown5 have to retreat again back to their goal zone and wait for the Altaria and Swablu and also more wild Pokemons. And the wild Pokemons are out.
Look at this, Illusion is not letting Buzzwole take any of those, but still, Buzzwole, if you talk about, he manages to give a lot of damage, forces him to just back off and get the citrus berry, but 5 more seconds for both the Regis to spawn, and this is going to be very interesting with Lapras. He's there on the bottom trying to find some good values. Buzzwole as well as the Blaziken will be there, and for support, the blue arrives. That means Team Clown5, they want to have a good control over the top lane, but for Blaziken who is not even involved with Fantasy, it could be very problematic, and that down he goes, as given an opportunity for Clown5 to put up a good score on the top tier 1 goal zone.
Snowy and Ghoul, they have started already the Registeel, and without letting any players of Clown5 get closer, they will be securing it as well. No steals on the hand, and I think the force coming in, especially from Mikey as well as Nova, to keep them at bay in their home goal zone or tier 1 of bottom path worked out really well. But still, trying to initiate a bottom path fight here, Clown5. Unites are out from 2 of their players, Buzzwole as well as Mew. On the other end, 2 Unites are also out coming in from Griffin, both on Glaceon as well as Blaziken. But I feel like Buzzwole's Unite is going to be super crucial. They have to time it perfectly. Blaziken's Unite, however, it's just about switching into the fighting form. Joy, right now, keeping engaging of Nova and Mikey. This might be the opportunity. If the players of Clown5 move in another direction, they can find value. But the Beamosaur finally is out from the mid path and therefore pushes Joy back. Clown5, they've started the fight on Regieleki. They want to add the 6th ally. Nice usage of the Unite coming in. Should find the KO. Yes, the Blaziken goes down. This is the opportunity that Clown5 can capitalize. And the Hyper Beam is ready. Hyper Beam along with the Muse hit finds Snowy. And right now one last player, Mikey, who's trying to hold the top path. Not for long. Superpower and Smackdowns coming through. They will find the KO. And now Regieleki, they have to find a KO before it resets. And they make sure they find it. 6th ally added. Clown5 have control of the top path and have also broken the tier 1. Goal difference 112 to 28, but oh, Blaziken again makes a mistake of swooping into a fight and falls into a trap of 4 people ready to fight him.
The Buzzwole is just going berserk at this point. There is no stopping him with those Smackdown at this point. And it seems to me that one Pokemon can make a huge difference. It seems again Clown5, they will have the entirety of the control of the bottom lane, as well as the tier 1 goal zone will be getting completely crushed. The Unite was committed on the side of Venusaur, but was not enough to find any value.
It does, Necros.
Slowly,
Mew goes down. And now there is Joy keeping control of things on top. Clown5, nice rotations and nice path holds from different Pokemon as time progresses and depending on their thoughts of what attack they want to do. Now Reggie is back on the bottom. This time it's going to be an ice, and Clown5, they've said we do not want to give Griffin even the chance of starting a fight here, but Noah is like, no, I'm going to still be here for a steal. And the Venusaur is also ready to get that beam ongoing. Will-O-Wisp, even the Sinks along with Delphox is ready. Comes in, moves in, but the Solar Beam finds the secure. The Venusaur is not going to be effective. Slow Beam, this is the opportunity. They need to take down the Buzzwole down. He tries to, and they finally do with the last hit on the ice event coming through. In the meantime, Joy going in for a 40 score, but Joy's teammates are going down. 2 KO streak coming in for Snowy. He uses the Lapras Express to find a hit, but the Surf puts him a stop. But Ghoul right now about to get stuck. He does eject and trying to move out, but the Lapras is not letting him go along with Nova. Both of them go down one after another. Fireworks also being used coming in from Clown5, and Clown5 get the fight back.
the amount of control that they have at this point in the bottom lane as well, it's looking very, very much dominating. They invaded the jungle of Team Griffin, not letting them getting those buffs for themselves. The solar beam is just being so much damaging at this point. Mew is just causing so much trouble. The Venusaur comes into the question but still cannot find. He does make a little bit of damage, but also pushes to make Clown5 the mid lane. The legendary bit contention between both the teams is looking very hefty because the solar beam coming from the side of Mew and the fire blast from Delphox is creating a lot of impact. As Nova, he was tanking a lot of damage, and finally he goes down. His Buzzwole also finds a lot of value, and still the Mew is just keeping all the players in such a low HP that there's nothing more that Team Griffin could do.
This is why we said stacking is so crucial. Blaziken has not gotten the stack, but the Buzzwole has, and that's the reason the confidence of the fight coming through. But the Blaziken in its own goal zone makes sure that the players are not having a chance to goal. Now Joy leading the charge in the front line. He knows he's a tank, so how much ever damage anybody wants to dish, he'll survive that. Uses a jump pad, moves towards the mid pit, but Illusion immediately understands that he's fighting with two tanks. He immediately backs off, gives Cliffable as well as the Lapras much needed respect. The Fire Blast as well as Mystical Fire right now causing a lot of trouble. Initiation of a fight coming in from Griffin for Regieleki. This time they want to add the 6th ally for themselves, and Clown5 nowhere even close to get themselves a hit or a steal over there. 15 seconds on the clock. In the meantime, there can be a chance in the less 10 seconds that Clown5 look forward to a Regi at the bottom, but the players were not ready. Therefore, the Regi at the bottom goes to waste. Griffin, they will have the advantage right now. 3 seconds and Illusion is already waiting for that 100 score. And Clown5 know about that, and that's why Clown5 are not guarding this. Illusion, however, is still worried. 100 comes, and I think this is the immediate time that the players from Clown5 will try to attack the players of Griffin. However, Griffin keeping their distance.
Oh, Slowbro, he deals a lot of damage. He's tanking it, but the unite being committed by the Slowbro Nova, who needs to make sure that he finds the value. But given the opportunity, Buzzwole, he steps in, might just get the kill, but Glacian survives at this moment. But those smackdowns are just affecting a lot. This resistance being activated by Blissey at this point, but still the Buzzwole is alive. It can cause a lot of trouble at this point, but still look at Buzzwole. I really don't know how he just managed with the Blitz will completely heal himself up. At this point, Buzzwole can make that big difference from the side of Clown5. As we see Team Griffin, they're completely being stopped by the tanks from the side of Clown5.
Overheat coming through. Obito is super low this time. Babu is not near him. They should find the KO. Uses superpower. Help coming in with the poison. And Ghoul helps Blaziken to find a KO on Obito. That's the Buzzwole down. Right now the scoreline 242-72. Going in for a 22 dunk does not still give Griffin the lead. Griffin still have time on the clock. 50 seconds. They either need to find the Rayquaza or go for a lot more score. But their scoring can only be done in the base goal zone as well as the bottom tiers. In the meantime, Clown5 keeping their distance. Beams coming in from both the ends. Glaceon this time goes for a score of a 44, and finally Griffin take away the lead. In the meantime, Clown5 decide, I think Griffin are not going to give us the fight that we want, and that's the reason they start trying to drain Rayquaza. In the meantime, they're also trying to chase the Venusaur away, making sure the beam is not available for a steal. But Mikey E is also ready with his egg bombs. Obito again trying to move in. Blaziken is going to try and cause trouble. Joy given the responsibility to try and force everybody out. Rayquaza super low right now, going in for the last hit. It should be the sides of Clown5. They do secure it because the players were not close. Icy Wind tried its best, but it's not going to be enough coming in from Snowy. Joy is the last surviving player, and this 100 at the nth moment secures Clown5's victory. If Griffin were able to hold a second earlier, I think Griffin could have clean swept this victory, and Clown5 on the verge of a comeback. And you saw Obito, how crucial he was even in that last fight. Got a 4 KO streak for Griffin to make its move to victory. And I'm sorry, to make Clown5 its move to victory and push Griffin down to an equalizer.
What a play by the Buzzwole, and I have to give credits to all its teammates, especially Babu. At the time when I really thought that Buzzwole will be going down by the Glacian stage being activated by the Snowy, at that point Babu came in with that Moonlight and instantly healed Obito in a very drastic way that helped him make a fallback and also to stay alive for a bit more time in the final stretch. But also, that being said, you can see the difference that they have made. 9 kills for himself, while Sings and Joy with 8 assists respectively for them. They have put up a great show. Even Legion putting up a great show with 9 assists from his end. A lot of damage is being done by the Solar Beam, and that created many problems for Griffin to even go for those attacking approach. But Illusion, the way he was suppressed by the players of Clown5, not allowed to get those stacks completed, made a huge difference in this game.
Quickly talking about the stats as of now. As you can see, Griffin was so ever so close to get that victory. Snowy, great stuff on 79,000 damage as well as Ghoul. But on the other end, I think keeping their fight up, especially Obito with his stacks, 71,000 damage coming in. Joy as well on the Lapras, 69,000. You could see at times that they had to move back as soon as they saw Joy. And Joy was both the attacker as well as the defender, tanking damage and doing damage. And Sings, I think, even though we played the fires, mystical fire and flame charge, it did not do so much damage as we thought, but it was still effective enough when used with his teammates. And Legion as well, I think his solar beams were more effective compared to Ghoul. Ghoul, yes, we saw him finding chaos, but it was not enough for the team to get that victory. Nova, I think phenomenal stuff being done from Nova, especially in that final stretch when he used the slow beam on Obito. They should have found the KO on him right then and there, but unfortunately only Nova was alone. Nova was surrounded with everybody and every other player started running away. Snowy, Ghoul, Illusion were too far away to help Nova over there with his slow beam. Unfortunate, but still Team Griffin have not lost much. It's just the equalizer of score. They can still get back into the game.
But that being said, Lucifer, I believe the Team Griffin, they do have a good insight of what Team Clown 5 is capable of. I mean, stopping your big Pokemons or the crucial ones at the right moment. Also completely this time, as you mentioned just before the second match started, that Clown 5, they had pulled so great fights till the first 8 minutes of the first match of this BO3 series, and then the final stretch they just fumbled, and that's gave that opportunity for Team Griffin to make a comeback. But this time it was all Clown 5 completely obliterating the entirety of the match. Not even a single chance was given for Griffin to make a comeback in the terms of chaos.
Talking about scoring, as you can see, this is where I spoke about stacks. Got the 2 stacks in the 2 minute, he was ready. In the 2 to 4 minute mark, got his 3rd stack, and 4 to 6 minute mark, he got his 4th stack as well. I think after having 4 stacks, you could see he was ever so ready to take any head-on fights. And Team Griffin, that's what they were worried about. Every time, who was swooping in, it was the Buzzwall. And compared to what Blaziken had, it was only 1 stack. And by the time they moved to the 4th and 6th minute mark, it was just the 2nd stack. And I think that's where Griffin had a little bit of a trouble. Again, Griffin, nothing much to be worried about. This can still get back into the game. Buzzwall, Obito, his intentions were super clear. It's either the Venusaur that he's going to target or the Glaceon. And I think majority of the times he was always finding Glaceon. Once he did use the Unite on Blaziken, which was super crucial because Blaziken was trying to do the overheat damage, but as soon as he got Blaziken, you saw he got Glaceon as well, and along with Glaceon got Blissey as well. So Obito, phenomenal stuff on making sure who his target Pokemon is to reach out to and find a KO on.
Every time we were seeing that Cloud 5 were having an approach towards one side. But this fight, definitely at this point, I really thought that Obito will be going down no matter what. But
that's MVP Babu over there.
He's finally able to put him to the rest. But this final stretch of the Rayquaza fight was definitely worth watching because the amount of, I would say, efforts being put up by both the teams was really phenomenal. But Cloud 5 were definitely on the top. And no doubt, no cap, Obito is going to be the player of the game.
Has to be. 85 rating, 85 score, 9 knockouts, 5 assists. But it's all about the fights that he took and the damage he dealt. 71,000 damage coming through. Now again, this is the reason that we spoke about it. Even in the last final stretch you saw, as soon as he saw Glaceon, he immediately used his Volt Swarm on him, united, and then just jumped. Look forward to finding a KO. Yes, there were counters. Many other players also jumped in. Even the Blissey came in. Egg Bomb started to annoy him. And then you saw Bavo also swooped in. He's like, hey, you guys are ganging up. I also have my teammates. And then everybody started moving in, ganged up, made sure that Obito survived. And Obito, before going down, did even find a KO. And that's what tells us, right? Very well played were the players of Clown 5. I think their communication in this game especially was just on point, even in the final stretch. And as we mentioned, right, last time they were able to pull it off till the 8-minute mark. This time they said they'll go all in, and they did. They found KOs, put everybody down. Obito himself got a 4 KO streak coming towards to the end. Snowy tried his best. I think he got 2 KO streaks 2 times. But again, it's not a solo game coming through, right? With Obito, there was Joy as well, who was helping out, making sure that he tanks up the damage and is not always responsible to KO. And from the backlines, there's always that Mew. And we have talked about beams coming through, and especially Mew, which has been a very crucial Pokemon in the recent times.
Exactly. That so solar beams always affects in a very very heavy, deals a very heavy damage towards the opponents. When in a comparison, I would say the Venusaur came into the question to find maybe an alternative or a kind of substitute for the Muse solar beams, but it was not enough to bring down the Pokemons of Clown Five. I mean, they were dealing damage, but most of the times the Venusaur or maybe say the Venusaur was not able to find a lot of value as compared to what Mew was doing.
Game's done. It's time for the last and the final game to decide who our fourth LAN contestant is going to be. Two teams are sitting in the upper bracket finals. Now, two teams are going to make their way to lower bracket round 4. Who those two teams are still under contention and question, and whether it's Griffin or Clown 5. As I said, this is going to be a super interesting game and a super aggressive game. So, I'm still wondering who has the likeliest of chances. I think, especially after that previous game, both Clown 5 as well as Griffin, they're not out of the race. Even Griffin gave a fight till the end. I think it was just basis on their roles of the Pokemons that they picked. The double range attacker was good, but I think in terms of synergy and sync, that's where I think there was a little bit of an issue. Therefore, Griffin were unable to keep control of things. However, towards the end, even though they got their synergy back in, it was all Obito. I think he annoyed the hell out of the players of Griffin. So now Griffin will look forward to doing something different on Obito. And if Obito sticks to the Buzzwall or any other all-rounder, he can still cause a lot of trouble, Necros.
Exactly. After seeing that kind of performance, I would just suggest Obito to play on all rounder rather than playing on defender. I mean, the amount of value he can convert being on Buzzwole. Just imagine if he just goes on with Buzzwole once again. It can be a big threat because already in the both the matches we can see if there is a percentage bar between both the teams of which team actually dominated the most, it will be Clown Five, no matter what we just say. Because first match, almost like 80% of the match was completely dominated by Clown 5. The final stretch, it was a little fumble. That's why Griffin were managed to, get that win in their favor. Second match, it was 100% domination coming in from the side of Clown 5, as it seemed to me, because there was no margin of errors coming from their end to even give a small loophole to the side of Team Griffin to make or capitalize on it. In the third match, it can also turn out to be in the same way, just by seeing one of the most experienced players facing so much trouble in front of the new lads. It's just telling us that the new upcoming players, they have got so many things to show us.
I think it's always about that. It's all about evolution, right? Even in Pokemon, that's how it is about. In case your Pokemons do evolve, it has better stats. That's how Pokemon in general has, I think, over the decades made its journey. Whether you have been a Pokemon fanatic who's been watching it from series, or you've gotten into different various titles of Pokemon, whether it be even the card games coming through. So I think stats, yes, in terms of being an evolved Pokemon has better, but we have still seen, especially for the people who have watched series, we've seen that Pokemons who have not evolved also still have better stats. That's because of the training that the trainers put them through, and also the level that they have may make it a high level Pokemon. And I think that's all about that. Trainers, if kind of put their all their mind through to get the one objective done in terms of Pokemon series, it's about winning badges, trying to become the master. Here, it's about again winning titles, becoming the champions, representing you and your team on the global stage. But here in Unite, it's all about playing as a team. As much as an individual you can do, we know players on individual phenomenal that are like ultra instinctively way better than anybody else as of now, but it still comes down to that team game. If you're unable to keep that 5-man play going through, your individual ranged attacker, your individual one of the best all-rounders doesn't make it work. You still need your defender to make sure that the front line is stable in case you're taking a fight somewhere else, or if you're taking a fight, you need a solid front line that can tank up the damage and you are the one you're dealing damage, and also support, so crucial ever, whether it might be in rotation or healing. So I'm looking forward to how this game goes. We have talked so much about it because both these teams, right, as you mentioned, Team Griffin coming in from various different lineups, they made this way through, and right now playing in Griffin. On the other end, for Clown 5, as you said, we have newer faces. We have faces who have played their parts in previous India Open or World Regional qualifiers, but did not go so far. But this time, they have pushed so far that they've made their way almost out of the qualifiers, and right now making their way towards the LAN finals. Whether they make it or not, is still going to be a big question. As we start and move to the draft phase, our questions are going to be answered. But if I ask you which has been a troubling Pokemon for side of Griffin that they have to look forward to either banning or snatching it away from Clown 5?
I would still say Mew ban should be coming up, because the way the Mew, those solar beams still impacted. Not just, I wouldn't say he was not able to get a lot of KOs, but the amount of assist he did, like we could have seen 9 to 10 assists coming out from the side of Mew. He was just doing so much damage and making it easier for Buzzwole to even go up front, get the KOs for himself, was I would say, the major factor that helped Clown 5 in ensuring their victory, but also troubling the side of Team Griffin a lot. Dropping down to so low HP was definitely something that they have to look out for, but this draft phase will clear out everything. I'm really expecting a new ban, but it seems that Team Griffin, as they will be having the first pick, they will be going up with that Mew itself, because Illusion will just not let it slip away from his hands.
Yeah, super crucial is Mew these recent times. But I feel like one thing that even Griffin have to watch out for is making sure that Clown 5 do not get their stacks in. That's where I've always looked forward to, especially in this India Open. Any team that doesn't get their stack in, that team is about to lose that game. Whether it's the series, whether it's that one particular game, I've seen it throughout, and it feels like stacking is going to be crucial. Ghoul immediately had the chance of picking the first Pokemon, and for Illusion, or whether for himself, they both play really well on Mew. They get the Mew on lock. In the other end, it's Babu back on Cliffable. Phenomenal stuff that we saw just in the second game. Joy as well moves back into the Slowbro, so there can be chances of that double defender role coming through. Mikey this time gets a chance of Hoopa, make sure that he gets it for himself rather than giving it away, and Nova moves back to the Umbreon.
Important to pick even Legion. Is he going? No, I was really surprised that he was going for a 90 pick, because yes, it had worked from the past, but I really believe that going and sticking with your best picks should be there, and we see Leafeon going and playing on the attack pitch. So this time we'll be seeing that two of the players, especially Obito and Illusion, both of them will have a stack build for themselves, and the last two picks coming up from the side of Team Griffin will be very important. Snowy and Illusion, what are they looking up to? Snowy is going for the Chandelier, while Illusion, he picks up the AG Slash to bring a little bit of change in taste in their composition.
Final picks done. Sings comes in with none other than the Venusaur. The first game also it was the same, this time is also going to be the same. But Snowy, he's made the change. I'm really liking the play writers now as he's moved to Chandelier. Illusion, he gets back the Mew for himself. Ghoul will play on Aegis Slash. I remember him playing on this Aegis Slash against True Gravity as well. I think the game was super close, so they can again do that. Double defender is what I thought for Clown 5. It doesn't seem to be the case. They bring a speedster in as Legion decides to play on Leafeon and Ghoul doesn't. Quick change, it is going to be Sings who plays on the Leafeon, and Legion takes up none other than Venusaur. Quickly talking about stacks, there's a 2 stacking Pokemon coming in from Obito as well as Sings on Buzzwole as well as Leafeon. On the other end, it doesn't seem to be that anybody wanted to have any stacks for the side of Griffin. Griffin from the get-go can just fight, put down their damage, and especially what I spoke about, not letting players from Clown 5 get their stacks in.
Very important match, and probably the decider one at this point. Looking forward to see how Sings this time will be causing trouble for the side of Team Griffin, because I mean, I am again getting that kind of replay on my mind of Sings and Leafeon, 24 KOs. It all comes up in the right place. So if that again happens, because we see Obito and Buzzwole, Sings and Leafeon, I really wonder what Team Griffin is preparing for, because if it goes all right for Team Clown 5, this can be one of the biggest nightmare that Team Griffin might have to face.
Time for the last and final battle. Again, this is not the grand finals, but the final battle to decide who is going to be heading towards the LAN, getting themselves a ticket. Previously we had 4 teams, now we are looking out for the last team here in 2023. I'm looking forward to who heads at the mid path. I'm pretty sure it should be Snowy on Chandelier, and on the other end it's going to be a Leafeon, a Speedster. Sings has the attack weight, so I think his stacking will come in a little bit late. Let's see how it kind of functions as of now. Even Obito needs his stack Following with Bavu, gets a 6 AOS energy. Stacking is still going to be possible, but the big boosted attack coming in from Illusion is going to cause trouble. He'll get the first stack in, but I'm a little bit worried if he can back off at the right time, making use of the tall grasses. Again, the boosted attack coming through. Obito might not survive. Heal Pulse, barely trying to heal him. Mikey comes in with a hit and confirms the first KO here for Team Griffin.
Griffin wants to ensure that early game control from their end, because they have seen every time it's Clown5 who is taking the early game control and causing a lot of trouble in the mid phase of the game for Team Griffin. But it seems Clown5 in the bottom lane will be happier once again as they had in the past 2 matches. But Slowbro is taking a lot of damage, tanking it up for them, but saying he's ensuring that his stacking is done at the right time. He's got some pretty good scores on him for himself, but this ulterior focus will be important. But that point coming in will be secured by Clown5 without any problem.
Start of the game, Griffin might not be under control or winning it, but might not be winning in terms of goals, but seems to be that they are in control of things. Bavu, thankfully, he's evolved to the Cliffable, will be able to heal himself. Now Obito wants to charge up. He just got his single stack. In the meantime, Leafeon has not even gotten a single stack through. Something to yet watch out for. On the other end, Griffin have no stacks at all. All they have to concentrate on is evolving and leveling up. Legion gets his last bunny hit, but Noah wanted to try and steal. That doesn't happen. 8 minute, we are going to see the center, Altaria and Swablu. It's going to be the side of Griffin who are swarming in. Bavu just makes a crossover through the tall grasses. He does spot a player, but in the meantime, a bottom path fight happening. Seeing that it's only one player with a duo blade, that's cool. Immediately, Noah swoops in, trying to get a hit. Joy backs off as soon as he sees Noah coming in, and then there's Mikey as well. Seems to be trouble, and Joy does go down. Seems like Bavu is also going to go down. Yes, that's going to be 2 KO streaks coming in and gives that Chandelier to fully evolve. Solar Boing still being tried, but it's not going to be enough. And the decision of Clown5 to go for a bottom path push to get a chance to score fails, and Griffin are the ones who counter and get a 59 goal secure for themselves.
Duoblade just missed his score just by maybe a 0.1 second. I don't know what happened, but eventually again this Voltaire and Swabus will be getting secured by the players of Team Griffin this time. Maybe the N1 just Edgeslash got it for his name, but then both the Reggies being spawned in just 9 more seconds. Even Ivysaur is still yet to active his Solar Beam if he's looking for that, but it seems Nova and all will be pushed back. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, and the Solar Beam comes alive from the side of Venusaur. Have to find a lot of value alongside the Sludge Bomb, but a lot of scores being done by Clown5 on the top lane, completely destroying the tier 1 goal zone on the top.
Reggie time, and it is Clown5 taking the top Reggie. Want to add a 6th member to the team. Griffin in the meantime taking the bottom Reggie in their favor. They've already destroyed the tier 1 here on Griffin's end. Therefore, Clown5 will be happy to try and push it to the tier 2, but I don't think that's going to happen. In the meantime, Griffin get themselves the bottom Reggie and want to destroy this tier 1 of Clown5. But it seems to be a little bit impossible because all the players have gathered here. All the 5 players from Clown5. So it is going to be a team fight in case it happens. Ends up Griffin being disciplined and backing off. In the meantime, it looks like invading is the way to go, and Griffin might be in trouble. They let the Regieliki go, and therefore right now scoring might become easier. In the meantime, right now immediate jump in coming in, especially from the Aegislash works out. Along with the Muse help, they find 2 players out, send them back to Nurse Joy, and might even find the third. And yes, a 2 KO streak coming in from Mew confirms the 3rd KO.
Slowbro also just continues with those small scores in the bottom lane, but we can see Griffin pushing towards the tier 1 goal zone of Clown5. We can see a complete stack push happening, ganging up at this moment. Will be committing a lot of unites in this very area. Umbreon finds the value, he finds the first goal down, but that doesn't matter. Mew comes up with a 4 KO streak, and instantly the tier 1 goal zone will be crushed by the side of Team Griffin, as this battle seems to be in a very equalized way. But Mew, he doesn't want to let Slowbro slip away from his hands and finds the KO at the very last moment, as we see the Venusaur getting involved.
160 to 159 difference is not at all big, just 1 goal away. Clown5 right at the edge of their seat, Griffin on the edge of their seat. Who's going to win? Sludge Bomb to hold the players back, not get closer to the tall grasses, and Mikey keeps himself at bay. Right now, both the Regis are going to almost spawn at the same second because Griffin as well as Clown5 took the first Regi alternatively on top and bottom. This time, however, it seems to be different. Griffin are ready to take this Regi again, but Clown5 want to try and snatch it away. Big solar beam hits on Joy. Joy still doesn't give away his position. He still stands strong, waiting for the players to move in. But Griffin seems like they know there's something that's brewing in. There might be players still waiting around. They wanted to go first for an overdunk, then see the swarm of players. Joy might be in trouble. The surf hits along with the boosted attack and they find the KO. That's a front line gone. This is the chance for Griffin to move in, but they do not have their own front line here, and therefore they have to wait it out, and they immediately try to back off. Start a fight with Regirock, who can try and do some alternative damage to the players of Clown5 as well. But Clown5 as a whole have started moving in. Solar Beam comes through to keep people at check, but still it is Clown5 who has swarmed the likes of Regirock. In the meantime, Aegislash alone takes the bottom. Regi, Rings Unbound coming through, will get all the players here. They need to find the KO. Joy finds the first. Now Aegislash might go down, but the Mew helping it out. Mew finds Obito down, and then the Solar Beam to find that last secure. It doesn't happen. The Regirock gets secured with the Solar Boing, but it's still the fight ongoing. Umbreon finds one on none other than Leafeon, along with Mew finding a 2 KO streak. They put the Venusaur down, but Umbreon still not giving up. Foul play pushes the players out. The Hyperspace Hole, however, drags the players away for a full heal, and now Griffin have to decide and retreat. But Obito, along with the Superpower and Smackdown, then the Soul Swarm coming through. However, it missed. He still finds a 2 KO streak, and now Clown5 looking forward to get back on track, but the Sacred Sword hits and it slows down players. Wild Guard coming through, again another hit coming through, will push Joy back, but Obito, he seems to be stuck, tries to use the Superpower, and a Snola Smackdown comes. 2-step Emerald does find an alternative KO, but it's not going to be enough to give that bottom path control.
We can see the amount of contention happening right now. Slowbro tanked a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Chandelier being that one X factor, walking right up close from the side of Team Griffin and finding a lot more value at this point. The bottom lane contention still continues for both of the teams, as both of their Tier 1 goal zone still remains intact. 5 more scores to destroy the Tier 1 goal zone of Clown5, but at this point, Snow is still waiting and leveling himself up for the final stretch fight. The Solar Blade Boings is going to annoy the Umbreon alongside Koopa, trying to provide a lot of support, but Slowbro, he's just there to tank up as much damage as possible. But this being said, the serve comes into the play, but still it seems both of them, they don't want to go for any kind of overextension. While Buzzwole, he will be still there on the top lane, trying to make sure that nobody just tries and go for any kind of sneaky scores, while Venusaur might be there to ensure that nobody just walks in the final moment, because there's just 10 more seconds on the clock, and it seems that Team Griffin, they're very much determined in getting this Rayquaza in their bag.
2 seconds. We're going to be seeing the Rayquaza 210 to 159. A difference of 60 here for Clown5 to get to an equalizer. It's going to be a neutral for now. Unites alive on everybody, but level 14. One on Leafeon, one on Chandelier. Chandelier has been super crucial. Big solar beams from both the ends. Does find connection and keep the players at bay. Nova uses the Hyperspace Hole. Will get himself a full heal, but all the players are clustered towards the bottom. It is Legion, who is a little bit north on top of the top path. Therefore, he has an advantage to sneak in behind enemy lines, and he's trying to do the same thing. Obito in time already has started a little bit of a fight with Rayquaza just to drag attention of the players of Griffin, to cause some trouble, but a big 50 is what he's going in for a score. Sings might be able to do it, but the Imprison connects and the overheat then to do damage, making sure that the 100 does not get scored. Griffin will still keep things under check.
Oh, this is definitely a big attention that was Team Griffin was cautious about, and they did it very precisely, keeping Chandelier on the check. But eventually Clown5, they've started to melt down the Rayquaza. 28 coming up from the side of Aegislash in the bottom, making sure the tower Tier 1 goal zone gets completely destroyed. But it seems the Hyperspace Hole is doing wonders, while Slowbro, he will be coming to a unite, stopping the Chandelier, trying to find out the value. A lot of rings Unbound being unleashed in a little bit of legendary pit fight, but the Solar Beam giving a lot of damage, creating a lot of hindrances. The Buzzwole and the Venusaur has gone down. The Leafeon making a difference, gets a double KO streak, that's for sure. At this point, both the Chandelier and both the long-range attackers have been crushed, as Slowbro has to take a lot of impactful damage, but Clippable will be coming with a 27 score and make it to 213 as Team Griffin. They're still managing to keep their lead for themselves.
20 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a super crucial battle. Yes, Clown5 have not yet gotten closer, but in the meantime, Babu still trying to cause some trouble. Puts another 6, grabs another 5, will push it to 220, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's still trying to secure the 5th, but it's not going to happen. 3 players had swarmed him, and right as now, Legion is here. He has 28 AOS energy, but his teammates are not close to boost that goal scoring speed. So Griffin get themselves to that last spot for the land ticket. How close was this battle? Clown 5, they would have wondered only if that Cliffable had a little more AOS energy in that first dunk, maybe they could have made it through. Just a difference of 19 is what they lost. Griffin, a great game here. They made sure that from the start they had control of things, and I spoke about it, right, Necros? Stacking is going to be crucial. Obito and Sings barely got many stacks, and I think that's where Griffin took control of things, especially Ghoul. Phenomenal stuff coming in from his end. His Shadow Claw as well as Wide Guard did so much damage, along with Snowy. Again, you can see 11 assists, Mikey as well with 10, and you can see Noah with 15. I think assist was the game changer here coming in from Griffin, and Illusion playing amazing on the Mew with 8 knockouts. Didn't even worry about putting down goals. He was like, I need to be with my team at all times, making sure that they're able to find knockouts and keep Clown 5 in check.
I have to say, but once again, what a game. Like, just a 19-point difference, Lucifer. Could you imagine the final match of the playoffs being this much close? And again, Team Griffin, you just said it, they've put a lot of great competition in the shows from the very start of this game, but Sings and Obito, they knew that this thing will be coming in their way. That one Leafeon and Buzzwole, if they can manage to stop both of them, this game is done. But the amount of time they were able to stop Joy, he was tanking a lot of damage. Yes, he's a defender, he's a tank, he will be doing that, but to make sure that he doesn't stand a very long time in the battlefield, getting him KOs after KOs was that I would say that made a very big difference, and completely crushing the front lines of Clown 5 also made sure that they were not able to involve themselves in those objective fights very vividly.
And main, I think that did not work out for Clown 5. The main thing was Legion on that Venusaur. It did not become effective enough as it was intended to. I think that Solar Beam especially coming a second earlier from Illusion on Mew, and then later from Legion. The initial damage was already done from Illusion, because of which Legion Solar Beam coming in a little bit late did not do effective damage, because players had already cleared that space. Right, as now, congratulations for Team Griffin. Yesterday we did congratulate them that they had made their way, we thought, as upper bracket finals because of the TG confusion and the headache that we had, but today they do qualify to the LAN. Not the finals as of now, because they have to play the lower bracket, loser bracket round 4, where they'll be fighting against Revenant Esports. So FS Esports, my bad. Revenant still in that love-hate relationship, unfortunate, but FS Esports, they keep their journey alive. Before we head over to the bracket, we'll quickly talk about the damage being done. As we said, 60,000 damage is something that in minimum we would want to see from a ranged attacker. If it's not there, it's going to be tough, or at least closer. Here, as you can see, 53,000 damage coming in from Snowy. Noah, brilliant play, 48,000, not just in damage taken but also damage done. Ghoul as well, 51,000, also he was responsible for tanking damage. Mikey, I think a great play coming in from him, not just on recovery but 45,000 damage on a Hoopa is not easy to achieve, but he made it happen. Great stuff that we saw.
No doubt we will be seeing Illusion as the player of the game because of 96,000 damage on the Mew. I mean, we saw more than 1 lakh damage on Mew many more times in this entire India Open so far now. But being that being said, we can just have a view over the graph that we are seeing right now, because Griffin, they had a huge jump. We can see the amount of control that they had till the 6th minute. They had already made a difference by securing both the objectives. One time it was Regilock, one time it was Regiliki. Same goes for Clown 5 as well, but the goals getting scored and the amount of time that was being capitalized, they were focusing on one lane at a time, that I believe made a big difference in the overall score. But yes, that being said, Snowy, he was very much prominent with that chandelier.
Yeah, super crucial. Even when that 100 was about to be dunked, if he was not there towards the top part tier 2, that 100 would have been dunked, and Griffin's chances of qualifying would have looked dicey that time. So Snowy, great stuff being done. We spoke about him. He's going to be aggressive. He was there with his teammates, and especially I think it was his moveset of Imprison itself. That is the reasons player, even though they were there trying to take a fight, they were unable to, because as soon as they were stuck in Imprison, none of their movesets worked. They could only move around, and as soon as they got out of it is when they were able to use their moves. And that's where Snowy took control of things for himself and his teammates. Now, coming into the game, I feel like it was that bottom path fight itself that Clown 5 multiple times attempted. I think they should have realized once it was not working, we should have called it saves or call back and then move to another path and go for a team fight. It did not happen, but for now, I think in terms of reasoning or complaining, we have to keep it away. It's a learning journey. Game has evolved, players evolved, and that's what we have seen right as now. Jumping into the bracket, congratulations for Team True Gravity, Forge Your Legacy, FS Esports, and Team Griffin to be our last team qualifying for the LAN. Now, upper bracket finals, 2 teams are there, and 1 team is just 1 step away to go into the grand finals. However, the teams in the lower bracket are 3 steps away. First, they have to find in the lower bracket round 4, then move into the lower bracket round 5, then their third step is into the grand finals, and if they win there, they are going to be called the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open 2023 and will get themselves a spot for our Asia Champions League to represent India on the global stage.
Big things coming up for all the 4 teams, but the one thing that also shows us that out of these 4 teams, only one team who was invited out of those SATUL and FS Esports, they still remain in the competition. But the new teams, that is Team Griffin and True Gravity, I won't say new teams because they do have very experienced play for themselves, but so far the journey for all the new upcoming players and the new teams have been great. Especially I would like to say about Clown 5, the way they had came up this far to the lower bracket round 3, challenging all the one of the best teams in India and proving themselves that they're just not that far away. They are here. Maybe not this time, but maybe in the upcoming, maybe in the WCS that will be coming up later in this year, or maybe in the starting of the next year, we will be seeing Clown 5 as maybe the new champion of this Indian circuit.
We're not too sure what's going to happen or what's going to unfold, especially as we come to the last leg of qualification for LAN. Now, again, playoffs bracket are still underway. It'll go ahead, as we did mention you, upper bracket final still going to be there, and we also go into the lower bracket round number 4. Now, from India Open champions, what's the next step is yet to be known. As we did say, there's a lot more in the leg. So, teams who are right now getting eliminated still have a chance. They have to look forward to representing India on the global stage. As I mentioned, Asia Champions League will come later down the year, and then there is also going to be the world. So keep your Pokemon Unite fight ongoing. Let's see which that best team is going to be, and eventually hope for India to grab a global title. But for today, we're going to bid you adieu. This is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Necros, and also on behalf of Raider, saying goodbye. Take care. See ya in LAN.